Um, Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We welcome you all to ABSIP's ABSIP in partnership with Dimension Data, the Township Economy, the discussion around how we're going to rebuild, restore, and revitalize this very important part of our economy as a nation. I must first start by apologizing. We had a technical glitch. For whatever reason, Zoom decided to limit our numbers to 100 when we had actually ensured that we could go up to 1,000. And to the extent that we reach and exceed 1,000, we've also made room for the system to automatically direct people to our YouTube channel and also the website, the ABSIP website. So we're very excited to be here this morning, talking and live streaming across the whole country, because the purpose of today really is not for us to come here and say we think we know the solutions to the problems that the township economies are facing, but we really want to engage with people in the township economies across the country, in Galeshewe, in Seshego, in Easteras, in Mitchell's Plain, in Guguletu, in Guamashu, in Umlazi, in Montiwa, in Mokwase, everywhere across the country. We want everyone to have an opportunity today to share with us, especially those people that are trying to start their own businesses, or people that have already started their own businesses and have had challenges of various sorts. Of course, today's event in particular was really catalyzed by some of the recent events that we saw, where we saw a destruction of property, we saw a destruction of businesses, and looting taking place. But it's a conversation that we as ABSIP have always believed needs to be had. It was long overdue, because it has never made sense to us why it is that when the rest of the South African economy has grown in leaps and bounds since 1994, at the advent of democracy, why it is that our townships seem to have been left behind. So for us, it was a point of great concern for a very long time, and we've always been meaning to have this conversation to say, how do we unlock the potential that we know resides in the township economy? Most of us grew up in the townships, and we know that we were always reliant on service providers, entrepreneurs in the townships that we grew up in. We had doctors, we had shops, we were reliant on ourselves as communities, even though apartheid, of course, had meant for us not to be self-reliant. So it has never quite made sense to us why it is that after apartheid or after 1994, we have then not been able to see this great giant, this great economic giant that has always resided in the townships, but of course was suppressed by the laws of the time, why it has never really risen to its full potential. So that's what today we are hoping to be able to unearth, we are hoping to be able to surface. We are in particular looking forward to receiving input from people who live in the townships themselves. So as I said, we are not here to offer solutions per se, but we are here to listen so that we can go back once we've listened and once we've heard, listened to your challenges, listened to your proposed solutions. We are also aware, of course, that there are quite a number of good initiatives already underway, and to talk really about how do we further propel those good initiatives forward? How do we use the platform that ABSIP is and the relationships and the leverage that it has in the economy to ensure that we help to galvanize the necessary support, the necessary resources, the necessary partnerships, so that we can make sure that the solutions that people in the township have already come up with themselves and are working can be given much more impetus. So we're very, very excited about that. Our program is quite full for the day. We have got people, we've got economists that are going to be talking to us about macroeconomic as well as microeconomic issues that relate and affect the township economy and its ability or lack thereof to achieve its full potential. We are also lucky to have one of the directors from the Gauteng Department of Economic Development, Mr. Masha, who's going to be talking to us about the latest bill that actually we are supposed to submit our input into by this Friday, the 30th of July. So hopefully today's conversation will give us enough nuggets and educate us enough so that, or sufficiently so that we are then able to give intelligent input into the bill. We've got people who are entrepreneurs in their own right, particularly entrepreneurs who come from the township, who will also form part of the discussions today, who will share with us what the real challenges from their perspective are, of course, supported by what will be coming through the commentary in the Q&A session from the Zoom link that will be coming from across the country. So we're going to be talking to people who operate in the townships, not people who operate in other parts of the country, but in the townships have got a lived experience of what it means to be an entrepreneur in the township, what is possible, why is it that they are running businesses in the township when it doesn't seem very fashionable to do so, and for them to share with us this potential that they see and maybe start exploring how do we unlock even further the opportunity that they've already started exploiting. And then, of course, later on, we'll also be talking about how do we industrialize the township economies, because what we want to also ultimately achieve as a people is really what I would call world-class African cities. So cities that are built by Africans themselves, cities that are ideated by Africans themselves, and cities that serve the needs of African people where they live. And it is important to indicate here that we are not trying to say that townships should turn into the next sentence or into the next Cape Towns. No, what we are saying is, as Africans living in Africa, we need to ideate around what is a city that actually meets the needs of the people, the African people. What is that ideal world-class African city that we are trying to build? And this will, of course, go into things like building proper supply chains in the townships, building proper infrastructure in the townships, building proper capability and industrialization in the townships, so that industrialization doesn't happen outside of the areas where we live. And hopefully in the process, as we engage and as we implement, because that's another important point to make, that we as ABSIP, because we are not here to come up with solutions or to find solutions or propose solutions, rather, we are here to listen, and we have got partners that are already ready, who will be then engaging with to say to them, this is what the people are saying they need, and this is how they are saying they need it, and these are the types of partnerships that we think will enable the unlocking of this potential that the people on the ground themselves have told us that they need. So with those remarks, I'll go firstly into just reminding everybody on how to make sure that they spread the word. We've got a very strong presence on social media, and we want to really keep the conversation going. Of course, where we are on Zoom, we've got a link on the ABSIP website, which is www.absip.co.za. That is powered by Telkom. We have got Instagram handles, and our handle on Instagram is ABSIP HQ. Our Twitter handle is ABSIP. Our Facebook page is ABSIP as well. And you can also go to YouTube to access this live streaming. And importantly, we will also be recording this. So for those who are coming in and out of the webinar or the Imbizo, you are more than welcome to visit the ABSIP YouTube website at a later stage to listen to some of the nuggets that we are hoping will come out of this. One more thing that I forgot, because I'm a little bit backward when it comes to technology. I'm told that our hashtags are hashtag Township Economy and hashtag Let's Rebuild. And with those remarks, I would like to invite Ms. Moko, who is the MD of Dimension Data South Africa, to kick us off with a keynote address. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to you first and foremost, and good morning to your fellow leadership of ABSIP. Good morning, business leaders. Good morning, change agents. Good morning, employers, and good morning, GDP contributors. It is an honor and a privilege to address you today as you dedicate your time to rebuilding, restoring, revitalizing township economy. This subject is not only important because of last week's occurrences, but this subject is important because more than 40% of our country's population live in various townships. Between 2010 and 2013, my husband and I ran our business at Deep Kloof Hall in Soweto. During this time, Deep Kloof Square was built, and people of Deep Kloof demanded that first preference be given to them for employment and for enterprising within this Deep Kloof Hall. It was during this time that I also learned through Dr. Tamima Zwai that Soweto generates close to 80 billion per annum through taxis, spazas, malls, and the industrial economy. In his research that he wrote with Dr. Njiro and Prof. Urban, which was a situational analysis of township economy, they analyzed that to understand how to support and grow SME businesses in the township, because this will enable a flourishing business environment that ensures redistribution of wealth, employment, and improving the quality of life for residents. Their research found that indeed there was a gap in supporting entrepreneurs and businesses in the township as they could not achieve financial flexibility. Furthermore, there was lack of access to market and long-term sustainability, which was also a challenge and little to no benefit of BEE. So even before a global pandemic and recent social unrest, we had serious problems. Our country's investment grade has been oscillating over the last 4 years, just above junk status. In certain periods, was in junk status. In the first 3 months of 2021, we learned that our unemployment rate had risen to 32.6%, excluding discouraged work seekers. The social inequalities in our country were brought to the fore during the first wave of COVID-19 regulations, where many children had lack of access to education, many relied on the 350 social grant for survival, and millions lost their jobs. An IMF report released in January 2020 deliberated on inequality in South Africa, calling out the following 6 points. The first one was income inequality, illustrated by the Gini index, remains stubbornly high from the 2000s to now. Income distribution remains skewed, with the top 20% of the population holding 68% of the income, and the bottom 40% only accessing 7% of the income. It's astounding. Significant disparities across regions, with Gauteng being the economic hub, therefore the high population. Subdued growth has inhibited efforts to promote inclusion of small businesses as well as employment. We have the highest unemployment rate amongst emerging countries, with the only positive point being that our fiscal policy through tax reduces inequality. So the storm of the recent social unrest, unfortunately, was looming. Entrepreneurship and small businesses have a pivotal role to play in addressing these issues that perpetuate inequality. Thriving township economy enables better quality of life. I was appointed as MD of Southern Africa on 1 April, so I've actually completed my 100 days. So one of my goals is to revitalize our SME program, which in the past has achieved great success by empowering small to medium-sized businesses in the ICT industry. In certain cases, we didn't get it right, but in most, we saw companies grow from micro enterprises to QSEs to flourishing medium-sized businesses. It is still our plan and goal to work with small businesses and to grow our country. It has been heartwarming to see us, fellow South Africans, come together to clean up and rebuild our country through various platforms. As the mentioned data, we employ over 8,000 employees in Southern Africa, and their health, safety, and well-being is at the forefront and paramount for us as a leadership team. So we ensured that those in devastated areas in KZN received aid through food supplies and chronic medication. We believe that charity begins at home. We have also embarked on an employee payroll program, which distributes proceeds to Feed SA and Gift of the Givers. Abhijit, our group CEO, has also pledged that NTT will match our contributions to Aid South Africa. I just want to take a moment to commend all business leaders for your courage, dedication, and passion for our country. Not only is it courageous to be an entrepreneur in South Africa, but it is necessary. Corporate SA plays a pivotal role in growing our economy and addressing social ills. In closing, I want to reflect on what we've succeeded as a country and what we've made as history in this country. In 1994, it was the dawn of our democracy. 96, Rugby World Cup. 2010, Soccer World Cup. 2019, we won the Rugby World Cup again. Then 2020, a pandemic, global pandemic. 2021, third wave plus social unrest. So as a leader and as a business leader in this country across the globe, we're living in challenging and unprecedented times. So it is courageous to be able to stand and still say we are born for a time such as this. So I want to say to all of us as leaders, don't give up, keep standing. Nelson Mandela said in one of his speeches, "I learned that courage was not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. The brave man is not he who does not feel afraid, but he who conquers that fear." Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Moko. And I must say thank you very much for reminding us that the township economy is a multi-billion rand economy, and we often forget that. And I am hoping that today we can start really engaging on how those billions become generational wealth for the generations that are going to come after us. We will be moving to our second panel that will be led by our Deputy President, Langa Madonko, and it will be talking about social cohesion in South Africa. And before that, the panel discussion, we actually have a very nice video that was done by Ms. Chichi Maponya after the community came together to really support them during the lootings and prevent damage to Maponya Mall, which is a very important institution within the Soweto economy. I just want to make one or two more announcements that whilst we invite people to send comments and questions live via Zoom, we actually also have a questionnaire on the ABSIP website where entrepreneurs in the township are invited to fill in that questionnaire, and it's very basic. We try to make it as simple as possible, where we're trying to understand the type of businesses that are currently experiencing challenges, why they're experiencing challenges, and the type of support that they need. And then on the same web page, we've got an opportunity for those who want to donate, whether it is in time, whether it is in kind, whether it is in physical equipment, or whether it is in monetary terms, to also indicate what their donation or their pledge should be. So please do visit the ABSIP website for that. And I also just want to make everybody aware that we've got our sister organization, SAFCA, that has been really helpful in the background who are going to be running a poll for us. So at the end of towards the end of every panel discussion, I would say 20 minutes before the end of every panel discussion, Mel from SAFCA will put up poll questions on the subject that we are discussing, and then we will announce those results at the end of each panel discussion. With those comments, I would like to welcome our panelists and thank you very much for making time to join us on this very cold Johannesburg morning. But I think it is a very important discussion, and I think you appreciate the importance thereof, and that's why we are here. And I will hand over now to Kaya Madonko. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, okay.
Dumelang bagaetsho. It is said that it is darkest before dawn, and for all our sake, all of us South Africans, let this be our darkest hour. It has been a week since the devastating shock took our country. The destruction of property and infrastructure, the loss of business and its impact, especially for SMMEs, and the overwhelming loss of life. It will weigh heavy on us as a collective and for a long time to come. This will no doubt add to the already challenging difficulties that this country is facing of unemployment, hunger, poverty, and inequality. And this was already compounded by the negative impact of COVID-19. It is in time of receding turmoil that I would like to share this message of appreciation with you on behalf of the Maponya family and Maponya Mall management. Re le baga Maponya, ka boikoko betso, we would like to say thank you to all of you, batho ba Pimville, batho ba Klipspruit, batho ba Soweto as a whole, bomme who came out here in support. We really would like to say thank you for what you have done as a community to protect and save Maponya Mall, the flagship ya Soweto, the legacy ya Ntate Maponya, the legacy ya rona batho ba Soweto. You stood here channeling your mighty strength, matla a tlou that is standing here. You came all with your little efforts, with your big efforts, and you stood here and you said, this one we are protecting. And this is what being a community is all about. Your acts of Ubuntu inspired others in the other parts of the country to do the same. And for that, we are grateful. This is what being part of the community is all about. It is in this time of crisis that heroes are born, and the past few days called for extra effort from each one of us. It was thrust on us to show up for the community, and despite all of you being busy with your lives and your own situations, you showed up, and again, your spirit of Ubuntu protected this Maponya Mall. It is heartening and a warm display of unity that you have once again restored faith in humanity through your selfless actions. Indeed, it takes a village to protect its own, and through that action, at least 1,500 jobs have been saved, and many of those are breadwinners in their homes. They are supporting extended family homes, and they are supporting other social structures. And we are grateful for that those jobs were saved. And in closing, I would like to reiterate that we take seriously our responsibility towards you as our community. And we look forward to matching your relentless courage with our own. So this is now a call to say, let's unite, let's work together, and let's build our townships. and our country back to being better and stronger than before. We remain committed to investing in Soweto, and we hope others too will remain committed to investing in Soweto. And we will always be of service to the citizens of Soweto. With that, I would like to say once more, to the people of Pimville, of Klipspruit, of Soweto at large, the surrounding neighboring townships here, thank you, Kabuikokobetsi. Thank you to the law enforcement support that we received. Thank you to everyone across the country and the world who have been sending messages of support and prayers. We truly appreciate it. Rea leboga, siyabonga. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us for today's first panel. My name is Langa Madonko, and I'm the Deputy President of ABSIP, and I'll be moderating the panel. We are joined by distinguished panelists with vast experience in dealing with issues of social cohesion, the political analysis, economic analysis of our country. My panelists today, here in person, we have Matopane Masha, who is a director at the Gauteng Department of Economic Development. We have Ibrahim Fakir, a director at AWIL Socio-Economic Research Institute. We have joining us virtually, Ms. Busi Sbego, a researcher at the Institute of Economic Justice, and Olisa Dlamini, a lecturer at the UCT Graduate Business School. I think in this panel, we want to take a look at the macro and underlying issues that were part of why we find ourselves having this discourse, as well as to understand the policy framework that exists within the country that is meant to be enabling the advancement of the township economy and where we are in respect to the advancement of our country and why we found ourselves in a position where we're having these riots and this unrest in the townships. And my panelists are sufficiently knowledgeable on this subject matters. Masha and Ibrahim have agreed to write a paper that they'll add me as a co-author without any contribution. So this is already off to a good start. So by way of kicking off, my first question will be to Masha. Government, and in particular the Gauteng provincial government, is looking to stimulate economic activity in the townships, and there's policy that has been drafted towards that end. Could you just give us a brief synopsis of what that policy entails and why this is a critical aspect of the planning of our provincial government?
Thank you, Langa. Good morning to the audience, but also the president of ABSIP. We just want to acknowledge this opportunity to sort of come and engage and share what we are doing in the province, but also obviously learn from experiences elsewhere so that we can sort of improve our programming as well. So just to say that in Gauteng, as you know, that we started in 2014 when we introduced what we call a Township Economy Revitalization Strategy. And over time, we've implemented several programs that are meant to sort of intervene in the economy, both spatially, but also in terms of, making sure that we sort of address regulatory failures, which you've picked up over time. So initially what we had planned, obviously we identified a couple of areas. One is that we wanted to enhance the regulatory framework in the township. We also wanted to stimulate manufacturing, but also have targeted investment in infrastructure in the township so that we are able to sort of, stimulate entrepreneurship development. But we also wanted to attract investment in the township so that we are able to create the much needed jobs in the township as well. But generally also, make sure that we enhance the social and economic value in the township. So in the past 6 or so years, we've had really a lot of programs and tangible experience in terms of where we've seen interventions in manufacturing and youth programs that have been sort of linked to a lot of opportunities. So however, I think in the last 2 years, what we've done when we reflected on the impact of all of those programs, we realized that we still have a lot of gaps. And a lot of those gaps, sort of link back to what you can say, sort of regulatory failures in the townships. And then we realized that if we continue to implement programs at a level where we were without necessarily, upping the ante in terms of the regulatory framework, we will remain where we are. So we decided as a province that we are going to develop supplement what we already have, but what we then are introducing is the Township Economy Development Act, which we started in the last year or so. At the moment, we are at the bill stage. As you know, in terms of the legislative roadmap, you first need to outline what the problem is, and then you draft the bill, and eventually you sort of that translates into an act of government. And this is really informed by data on the ground. So in 2019, we sent out a lot of young people into the township to collect data around what is happening and how support programs in government generally, but even in corporate South Africa, private sector, are impacting township enterprise. And we realized that if you look at a township, you've got 10% of the enterprise in the township are formalized, and 90% are informal. So that means that if you are going to have any formal program that will require some form of formality, you can only access the 10%. So the question is, what are we doing to the 90%? And if we are saying that, and if you look at the trend, I mean, if you look at countries like India, Brazil, and so forth, small businesses, informal businesses, family-owned businesses are creating a lot of jobs, which in South Africa kind of is an anomaly in a way, in a sense that we are not necessarily seeing a lot of jobs being created there. That means we need to definitely intervene there so that we are able to unlock opportunities in that space. And create these much needed jobs in the township. So we also realize that the cost of, even in as much as we are saying that there's a 90-10 in terms of formality and informality, also the cost of formality or formalizing is not, it's actually also a constraint in terms of businesses in the township. So it means also that what we then decided that part of the intervention is that we need to be able to create what we call a lower rung of formality so that you are able to stimulate, you enable entry into some sort of formality in a manner that does not necessarily create unnecessary barriers for township businesses. And as a result, as you can imagine, then that means the 90% informal enterprise in the township can only access support, using other sort of channels, whether they access support via your, bomashonisa in the townships and so forth. Which we feel that if we were to really make an impact, that's why we need to intervene. So at the moment, as you will know, that we are currently finalizing the Township Economy Development Act. It's still a bill. We are at the comment stage at the moment. Currently, I think we are closing on the 30th of July in terms of commenting onto the bill. And this is basically the second phase. So we started last year in November where we went to the communities, we engaged, at least at that time we're at level 3, I think, in terms of lockdown. We were able to go into about 20 or so communities where we also engaged and enabled the communities to sort of input into this very important piece of legislation. But the question obviously is, what are we really trying to do? One is that we want to obviously create an enabling environment in the township. We want to make sure that we manage these regulatory failures by obviously stimulating or at least focusing on what we call commercial and industrial zones in the townships through targeted investment in infrastructure, but also in in our 10 priority sectors that we have identified in the province as the sort of sectors that can help us create jobs, but also stimulate activities in the township through targeted investment in partnership, of course, with the private sector. So one of those obviously is that. But secondly, we also want to set up better procurement rules so that we are able to enable clustering. And this is very important. As you will know that if you go now into Deep Slot or any other township and say, I want to buy bread from you guys, can you supply bread to us? They will say, yeah, well, I can, but I can only produce like 1,000 loaves a day. So the question is, how do we, if you've got 1,000 guys that are able to produce 10, 20 or so thousand. How do we cluster those guys, using, enable them through legal framework that enables them to do so that as a cluster they're able to supply and sort of, whoever needs that product. So that is very important because we think that has been a bit of a failure in terms of enabling these guys to access other opportunities that, for example, can only accrue via, let's say, through government procurement programs, but also through private sector supply development programs as well. So that is one of the areas that where we want to intervene. We also are going to establish in the next week or so a township development fund, which will be launched in the next week in partnership with IDC. We are quite positive that it will help us, be able to link and enable enterprises in the townships where there's need for such support. We are also through this program. We are also developing what we call in the province the model standard by law, which is by law allowed in terms of the Constitution, but also the Municipal Systems Act. That as a province, in discharging our responsibility in terms of the Constitution, we can develop a model standard because we want to be able to also enable, active, proper precinct level investment in a township. Some of the programs that we have identified is, and we are working already here with the private sector, is the issue around the township backroom market as well. But of course, if you want to really invest and drive that opportunity, you need to be able to address zoning issues in the township, zoning and infrastructure investment around public infrastructure as well. And lastly, one of the critical programs is obviously in partnership with the taxi industry. We are also prioritizing the taxi economy in partnership with Toyota and other players in that space, where we are really we want to enable owners and operators in that space to participate in that value chain. And those are the programs that at a high level we are already implementing. And we hope, obviously, as we finalize this sort of important piece of legislation, we will be able to also, from the community and business forums and business associations, we'll be able to come up with programs that respond to the need, other than us coming up with programs that not necessarily, respond to what the businesses on the ground need. So all of these programs came out of engagements from 2014 right up to now. As we engaged guys in the township, we're able to identify areas where we can intervene, partner with township enterprise to be able to sort of, at the end of the day, also create these much needed jobs in the township. Okay. I'll pause here for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I think I'll pose my next question to you, Ibrahim. I think we've seen lots of videos, we've seen lots of media posts, social media, that have spoken to why we find ourselves in this situation. You've written articles about the township economy, and there's also stories as to why certain areas, like for example, the Makuponya Mall example, were protected and others weren't. In your view, what could fundamentally have been the trigger towards this riot, putting aside the issue of President Zuma?
Well, thanks very much, firstly, and thanks, Mandla, for your input. Obviously, thanks for the invitation. It's cold. I'm glad to see that some of my clothes still fit me. It's been a long time since that's happened. And I also see that you want us to write the paper and you want to put your name on it. And perhaps that's an indicator of how sometimes the township economy has in fact functioned as an appendage to other things, right? And conceptually, before I come to answer your question, I think we need to address two things. First is that there's this artificial separation which has been constructed, that there is a difference between the economy of the town and the economy of the township. And inextricably, they are linked. The reality, though, is that the artificial separation is something we inherited from apartheid, and we need to start breaking that down. If we're going to look at the infrastructural challenges in the township economy or in the township, we need to look first at a policy perspective. And that is that the allocation which has been made by National Treasury to the township economy revitalization programs around the country is actually fairly limited in terms of its scope and in terms of its scale. So that's the first major problem. The second is that in a planning or from a planning perspective and an allocation perspective, you have 90% of that grant funding going to technical support and only 10% of it going into infrastructure development, right? And that equation needs to be reviewed. Now, if you take the conceptual perspective of the artificial separation and you take the skewed policy approach to how funds are invested in the township, it's not surprising that it starts to lag behind and remains characterized by large amounts of informality. And that explains the social conditions which might have continued to exist in the township long after it should have been seriously addressed. And so part of this is a problem of the transition, in that in the point of the transition, the focus on revitalizing townships, or what used to be dormitory areas to service the main area of the city, lie the roots of why the marginality and marginalization was a rife tinder pot from which kind of political mobilization started taking on its own dimensions. Now, you want to say, let's set aside the political inclinations or support for President Zuma. I'm afraid that's impossible. So if you want to take former President Zuma out of the equation, that's well and good. But the reality is that there was political mobilization. If this was merely about, as some people call it, a bread riot, why would you destroy the kind of infrastructure that existed, which actually serves you? So if it was all simply about inequality and marginalization and hunger, you wouldn't have had the kind of infrastructure destruction, property destruction, and the fraying of community and constituency relations to the extent that you did. So you can have all the explanatory factors, the inequality, the deep levels of poverty, the unemployment, the separation of the township from the town. All of those might explain, but they certainly don't justify, number one. Number two, I think we must, as a society, and particularly people in townships, consider this for a moment, that the infrastructure which was built is all of our common heritage, firstly, right? Secondly, apart from the fact that it's our common heritage, do you know, much of this infrastructure has to satisfy stringent regulatory requirements. So there are health and safety standards when you build a warehouse or a mall. And those health and safety standards require exits, fire extinguishers, water sprinkler systems. And for those of us who grew up in the 80s, you know that a couple petrol bombs is not in fact going to put up an entire mall of that nature, or an entire warehouse or a logistics hub and get it up in a conflagration. It must have required dedicated, planned, methodical approaches to undo all the health and safety requirements and regulatory requirements, right? So other than government regulatory requirements, imagine the insurance regulatory requirements which are required for you to be able to be approved to stand as a business, as a logistics hub, as a mall. And to undo all of that requires some serious approaches to how you're going to undermine this. Now, all those explanatory factors that we can think about, we can apprehend, we can understand, but we cannot justify, which brings me to my third conceptual point, that we have to start changing attitudes in townships, and our attitudes both to the economy, but our attitudes to ourselves. Because if we don't have the attitude of protecting what is our common heritage, then we will undermine it into the future for ourselves, not just for those who we think we're going to be targeting. Because ultimately, right, those of us, because of social mobility and class mobility, who are no longer entirely reliant on the township economy, how have we been affected by all of this? In very marginal ways. So what we're doing by engaging in this kind of behavior is actually debilitating for all of us, rather than for those people who we think we're disadvantaging. Now, I think we have to make this, even though I've taken a slightly historical perspective, we have to understand that, of course, this kind of, if you want to call it debilitating behavior, has a long history. Started in the late 70s and the 80s, and continued into our transition, right? And continuing into the transition, we have what people popularly call service delivery protests, community protests. But those often have three motivating factors. A, they want a responsiveness from a locally elected politician, or they want the attention of a national politician to mobilize resources for a local community, or they're unhappy about service delivery, or sometimes it's an internal factional fight, as we saw in the streets of Tshwane, PE, elsewhere. So those explanatory factors explain why we have those eruptions in community protests. But they are limited in duration, they have an underlying cause, there's certain identifiable motivators. And in this instance, we're all caught unawares. And you know, the short answer to your question is, I think we're still going to spend years trying to understand what actually happened. But I think for the immediate, we have to understand that we have to attitudinally stop behaving in this way, because it's debilitating not to others, but to ourselves.
Thank you. I think my next question will be to Ms. Bego. One of the roles that you hold is that you chair the Budget Justice Coalition. And I think one of the issues that Ibrahim has alluded to is that there's a disproportionate investment into the township from a government perspective, and also that South Africa tends to have this thing where we build beautiful policies and then implementation becomes the challenge. In your view, what are some of the things that have hamstrung the development of the townships to the point where we should have in Soweto Sandton-like infrastructure? And what are some of the reforms that you would recommend towards aligning the budget towards delivering on some of those imperatives?
Thank you for that, and thank you for having me here today. I hope everyone can hear me. But that is a very good question. I mean, from the Budget Justice Coalition and civil society generally, we've been arguing against budget cuts, which have continuously been taking place since 2014-15. So current projections for now, for the next 3 years, as we all heard, the National Treasury will be reducing our national budget by 300 billion rand. And so what does that mean? It means that per South African, what they'll be spending per South African will be way less in 2023 than it was in 2012. So you can only imagine what implications that has for existing programs. We've already estimated that means 50.3 billion cuts in healthcare. We've already estimated cuts in education, which is critical for business, right? If we're going to talk about what is essential, we can't think about business alone, but we have to think about the whole infrastructure, you know, who becomes the laborers, who becomes the business owners. And if we're not investing, for example, in health education, which are critical to these elements, this will continue to sort of reproduce the inequalities that we see in our country today. And so what are some of the issues that we've seen with the budget? Of course, the way that our procurement style is in South Africa, or the way that our economy is organized around state and business, is that it's created a vehicle for predatory accumulation, which has happened over time by corrupt actors, both in the private and the public sector. And so this is obviously threatens sort of the quality of the budget itself. I mean, you know, we can talk about many, you know, government says it's about quality of spend critically, and that is the core of it all. So if we're cutting budgets, particularly targeted at townships and township infrastructure, then we're obviously not going to have the enabling conditions or environment for business to succeed, right? So one of the recent arguments we made is, what if you invest in, you know, roads in rural areas where people are engaging in agricultural activities so that they can actually have physical access to the markets? And those are some of the things that, you know, we talk against or talk about. But I think I'm going on a tangent on your question here, because there's a lot to say about the budget, and it is like my keen interest. I'd say that, you know, in terms of the budget itself, I think it is critical that we push back on this notion that government expenditure crowds out investment or business, which is what our National Treasury has been saying, right? They're saying we're cutting the budget because ultimately more government expenditure crowds out business. I'd argue that the counter is true, in fact. When government spends on infrastructure, it enables business. When government spends on grants, which are critical to social cohesion in our country, it is to the benefit of business. When government, let's hope, introduces a universal basic income grant, it will increase demand within our communities. And this is not to say we mustn't resolve long-run unemployment issues, but to say that currently for social cohesion to happen, we need government investment and a strong role of state, which enables business to really function well. And so if business believes that they're being crowded out by government, then we're going to see continuous budget cuts and we're going to see continuous distress and continuous undermining of social cohesion itself in our country. And so it's sort of like, it's a vicious cycle in itself. But I think one last thing that I wanted to flag, especially when talking about grants, which we've gotten as a pushback a lot, is, people are just getting money and, people have to work for it and all these various things. But I always say that it is important to really question, as business owners here on this platform, I think it is important that businesses also consider how they support the social infrastructure of their communities. I mean, there's great data that shows that in 2015, more than half of workers in South Africa were earning below the working poverty line. And so it goes twofold. There's government support that is needed, but we also need to take critically the role of the state, the role of business and how it contributes to social cohesion. Because if workers are poor and therefore are relying on the state, then we've got, again, this vicious cycle that happens between budget or tension that happens between the budget itself and what's happening on the ground in terms of worker support. So I'll end there. I think I've covered a lot of different things.
Thank you very much for that. So my next question then will be for Xolisa. Fortuitously, you are a lecturer at the UCT Graduate Business School, but you have spent time at UNPRI and you also serve on a retirement fund. There's a rhetoric that investing in the township because of the social disparities is quite risky. You being a specialist in the sustainable investing space, what would your counter argument be to that, and how do we ensure that this investment delivers the quality and the quantums of returns that are required by investors looking to go into the township? I think you are still on mute. We can hardly hear your audio. Okay, the technical team is asking if you can log off and then log back on. Yeah. So while we then wait for Xolisa to come back on and respond to that question, maybe I'll ask a question to all three panelists, right? Part of what this conversation is about rebuilding. So we've established there's policy, we've established there's a root cause. What do we do as part of this rebuild that ensures that, one, we're able to engage and involve the members of the townships in part of the story? I think there's been a big story that for a lot of the malls, even though they are in the townships, there's no participation from the community. You look at some of the malls, you are not seeing a Joe's Chisanyama in the mall. You are not seeing foot and shoe polishing services. You are seeing the big brands, and even in the cleaning services, security services, there's no space. How do we address some of those issues, and what should corporates and government be doing in order to enable the participation of small business and community members in these initiatives?
That's a lot of question. I think it's quite an important question. You will recall that in 2018, as a country, we had what we call the Grocery Market Inquiry Commission, or at least study, by the Competition Commission, where, among other things, they looked at the impact of big retailers in the township in terms of, and the value that they bring beyond creating jobs and the value in terms of enabling, for example, participation in their value chains for local business and so forth. So one of the issues that obviously was sort of discovered, obviously sort of by the commission, is that there is what you call uncompetitive practices by the big guys. So where, for example, if you build a mall, the anchor tenant may come and say, if I'm going to sell meat in this store or in this mall, you're not going to allow anybody to do that in this mall, because I'm bringing traffic, I'm bringing this and that. And we've seen that happening a lot in the township. And I think we've seen, in a lot of the videos that have circulated, people reflecting on that as well. But however, I think, but what we've seen also in some instances is that there has been a lot of attempt in terms of trying to integrate local products into some of the big retailers. However, you'd also realize that it is one thing to actually get your product on the shelves of the big guys in terms of that, but it's also another thing for your product to actually be positioned in such a way that it's able to actually access, or it's bought in the market. For example, there's something called eye-level shelf space. So when you walk into a big supermarket, what you see there is not by mistake. So it depends on the product and stuff. So there are a couple of township products that are in the big retail stores, but you won't see them. That's another problem. So it is not therefore enough for us to say that my product, as maybe whatever Joe's Masonja, should be in the supermarket. It could be there, but it may not be seen or even be sold. So there's a lot of work that needs to be done around the standards in terms of enabling certification and standards and quality assurance for township products and so forth. But I think in the province, what we are beginning to see is that we are beginning to see a lot of organized community groups that we are partnering with, that are beginning to build and invest in community stores in a lot of these areas, in Katoras, in Deep Slot, and so forth, that we are supporting. And we believe, because what then does, it actually opens it stimulates local production in terms of the products that are in the community that can then be targeted for sort of, in this sort of big chain stores. So part of the rebuilding, of course, in our case, obviously, as I mentioned, that in the past week or so, we've already identified a lot of the guys in Gauteng, at least, that have been affected by some of these riots, that may need some sort of cash injection for them to rebuild their stores. Those guys we've already identified. Some we are already supporting in terms of making sure, especially where some of those properties were not badly damaged. But some, as you can see, in Soweto and so forth, it will take time to rebuild some of those facilities. So I suppose we were already on track a bit there. However, we think that obviously there's an opportunity in sort of, bringing in a new way of sort of doing things in terms of partnering with community businesses and community organization. And I think this moment, and as much as it's negative in terms of economy, it gives us that opportunity to try and integrate, sort of your genuine local interventions into the whole programs as well. Thanks.
I think let's then go back to Xolisa on the same question that I had posed before, that technical issue.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I think, when I was listening to the opening remarks, right down from the president, infrastructure investments came up quite a bit. And that has been one of the most obvious ways that, for example, institutional investors have been trying to meet this growing desire to have investments that have a good social or environmental impact or outcome. But I think when we look at how townships were designed and how people were placed from a spatial planning perspective, they were meant to be a place where people can be sent off after they've contributed to the manufacturing of goods or the rendering of services. And I can tell you from my experience, I grew up in Alexandra Township, and I remember one of my first jobs, I used to work for a retail store in Sandton City. So I would travel, by taxi to get there. And fast forward, when I go home now, I can see that now there are malls where the same retail store is now there. And what for me really, it means that yes, it's good that we have this physical infrastructure that is there to enable us to, you know, have easy access to these retailers and these big stores. But in a bigger picture, all this infrastructure has been there to enable us to spend money that is not being spent locally, but it actually is going outside of the economy, this township economy. So essentially, you need to almost have a 2.0 when it comes to infrastructure investments for us as investors to say, okay, how are these township economies actually also, how can I say this? How are the people in these township economies actually benefiting? Because telling me that, you know, now I can buy something from Pick n Pay KFC is not really benefiting me the way it should be. I think when we had the webinar earlier with ABSIP this week, where the CEO of the PIC touched on the point around the lack of monetary circulation. So you take money out of the economy. So people go and work and then they take it out of the places that they work in. So I think from a sustainable investment perspective, what we are missing around sustainability is a really, really inclusive economic investments that will actually benefit the members of that society, not only to say you have access to now buy food, but now are you actually having access to infrastructure that can allow you to manufacture the food and sell to your people and circulate that money in the economy so that you can grow, because I think that's where you actually have tangible growth. Either way, that is able to generate investment returns for investors. So one can say that, you know, investing in townships is risky, but people have taken that risk. That's why we have all these big malls that have all these retailers, because they can see that there's money in it. But I think when we now speak about the social issues that we've experienced over the years, is that actually, when Ibrahim was talking about this heritage, it's very difficult to look at a mall like, Alex Mall as a heritage. Because when you look at the retailers, who's the retailer there and where is the money going? It's not going to our local economy. Yes, there are people who are employed by these companies, but I think that's probably the extent of it all. And you have very few, if any, retailers or businesses that are from the local community that are actually then retailing and producing stuff, and you have that circulation of money. So I think from that perspective, we need to then think beyond also, think beyond just saying infrastructure, but be very specific in how we look at the infrastructure and the utility of that infrastructure when it comes to investment. Because I think it's very difficult to argue that there aren't investment returns, but what are the social returns of these investments for the people? Because if I, as a chair of an investment committee of the VCT Retirement Fund, I'm seeing, we manage assets of 7 billion rands. And when we go to fund managers, where they're basically saying, yes, we are building infrastructure, we're going into impact investment. And when you ask them, what are you doing? Oh, we've built that mall, and we have this anchor as our, we have this anchor retailer. All it says is that, yes, what you can show me is that you have the ability to take money and build infrastructure, but it's infrastructure that will limit our people to just working in that particular mall or that district. So I think from that perspective, it's encouraging to hear from Mandla what he was saying around what is being targeted in terms of infrastructure and trying to do more manufacturing. And I think it becomes bigger than that, because it needs to be part of our own social infrastructure. How can you then make sure that using this unfortunate spatial planning, that you can grow or you can invest in infrastructure that will allow people to be able to manufacture and not go outside For example, in Alexandra, you need to, there used to be manufacturing, firms just outside of Alexandra in Marlborough. And you had our people go there, they work and then come back. And when they need to buy, they go. Even the Spaza, even the Spaza is a retailer of goods that are not produced by the township economy. So when we speak about this and speak about investments, we need to think about that, not only around just building this huge and impressive mall, but how is it, what utility does it have, and how does it actually grow the economy in such a way that it allows for money to circulate in the economy so that you can have the growth? Because if people are not really feeling that they are part of the growth, it's easy then for them to say, you know what, I don't own this mall. So for me, it's very difficult to see it as something that is part of my heritage. And if I'm not owning this, I won't even think twice about destroying it, because I have this frustration, it's not being heard, and I hear all these things around, there's money. Yes, there is money, but how is it benefiting me? All I'm doing is going to work, coming back, using, I'm paying for transport, I'm paying for food, but I'm not getting an opportunity to actually grow my wealth. All I'm doing is getting by. So I think I'll stop there, because I'm starting to sound like a Marxist now, but I think that is one of the issues that we are facing when it comes to investment opportunities, that we need also these fund managers, and many of them are, I saw the names of some of the attendees. They are sitting right here with us. And I think that's part of the innovation that is required within the financial services industry. And, the professionals of ABSIP and other sister organizations need to really think about how, firstly, how do you think about the sustainability of the township economy, if you want to still call it that, but also how is it actually benefiting and including people in a meaningful way? Telling me that you have now access to a bank or having access to services is not enough, because that's where we've been as far as speaking about sustainable investment or impact investment, to say we are now including those who are marginalized in the economy. So now they have access to banking facilities. But if they don't own the bank, then is that enough? And I think that's where we need to go. So back to the theme around this particular Imbizo, is that we are wanting to rebuild, to revitalize. The only thing that I could say is that we shouldn't be rebuilding something that was not working. We should really build something that is fit for purpose. So whether you apply the perspectives of design thinking, does this actually serve our people? And can we then move to a place where we can look at a building, we can look at at a business and say, this is actually really part of my heritage, not something that was planted here that is just a way for me to spend money and not get anything returned beyond that. I'll stop there, Chair.
Thank you. So I think coming through on the Q&A, and as well as something that Xolisa has touched on, the idea of common heritage. And so I think this question is for you, Ibrahim. How do we call it, and the question reads, how do we call it common heritage? In fact, it starts with, what does common heritage mean? And how do we call it common heritage when members of the community are not participating in the value chain? And how do we call it common heritage when members of the community can't even afford some of the products and services that are being brought into the community?
Sure, that's a fair question and a fair point. And perhaps the word, and so I'm not backtracking by saying that it's common heritage, but perhaps people are understanding common heritage to be something other than what is actually intended. By common heritage is meant, and don't forget my first point, around the connection between town and township, that people have to stop thinking about the artificial separation between them. Now, of course, inherited from the apartheid political economy is the idea that you may not and you don't have the kind of monopoly. And because of the absence of that monopoly, there are problems around costs, there are problems around production, there are problems around distribution, right? And how the local participants supply into that economy. But forgetting that constraint, by common heritage, I mean that arising from the interconnection between the town and the township. That infrastructure exists means that it can potentially be used, right? In whatever way. If it's going to be destroyed, sure, you can rebuild it with being fit for purpose, as Kolisa says. But what about repurposing something that may have existed and its original intention may have been different from what you think it ought to have been? What's the problem with repurposing those kinds of things? That's the whole point about development, is to take something which exists and to repurpose it and make it fit for a new purpose. Now what has happened is that if you think about the macro problems, all of the nice things that we may want, such as basic income grant, such as new set-asides, such as new incentives and subsidies, means that there's major pressures on the fiscus to be able to engage in the basic rebuilding, right? Not conceptual rebuilding, but actual physical rebuilding, which means, where does this money come from? Do you go onto the precipice of the fiscal cliff? Do you go on international capital markets to raise finance to do this when you're already on multiple downgrades? Or do you go to the IMF and cede your sovereignty? So here's the open questions. And these are macro questions which we may not want to, they're uncomfortable, but we have to face them, because you know what? Commonly, we're all going to have to face this, not just white monopoly capital, and not just those people who are operating in the township economy, but are sending their money out. So that's the first part of the problem. The second is this, is that sure, there are all these supply side issues, right? What about the demand side? We have to think about whether the township is going to be capable of the production and distribution systems. Now remember, they were never developed in the way that we think we can repurpose them, because you don't have the infrastructure, you don't have the networks, the routes going in and out are going to be different. So we have to start thinking much more creatively. What is the township going to serve as a site for? You can't build heavy industry, it's not going to work. Some instances of light industry is also not going to work, because you don't have the water, electricity, and other reticulation systems to be able to support that kind of production, right? So what's left? The fourth industrial revolution, issues where major space constraints are not an issue for production. So you have to start thinking creatively about what kind of production is possible in the township. Thirdly, yes, you can have prescriptive policy, and I've been arguing for prescriptive policy for quite some time. The problem with prescriptive policy is you have to consider what the capacity of the state is and the capacity of enforcement. So prescriptive policy can tell investors in townships about what revenue has to be ring-fenced for reinvestment in that local economy, or minimum requirements around job creation. But in an instance of lax enforcement and lax ability and state capacity, how does someone like me, who've argued for a stronger scope for the state, argue for increased scope for the state when the state's strength is actually on the back foot? So it would be nice to have and it appears as if all the Marxists have gone into business schools. And those of us who started off as Marxists have ended up in community organizations. But these are the difficult questions that we have to face, right? The township was never intended, in the way in which it was designed, spatially and otherwise, to be able to afford the kind of production people are thinking is going to happen. So, what's the trade-offs, for example? Do you build a big warehousing and logistics hub in a township? It would be nice if you did, but at what cost? Social housing? So, policy-wise, other than the big macro question, we now have to start thinking even more creatively, not about what the township can be purposed for in terms of production and distribution, but also in terms of what priorities are now going to be used. Housing, land use for manufacturing, land use for industry, or land use for recreation and other things. There are other instances where, talking about the state and the role of the state, the cultural industries, for example, in places like Gauteng, where many writers of the old drum decade, the old drum generation and onwards from then, can be major sites as they are in other major cities. And yes, government has been on the back foot on trying to subsidize this. But communities themselves have not looked after that infrastructure or developed that infrastructure to the extent that it becomes attractive. So my argument would be to go back to an approach which is back to basics, both in the private sphere, that means in communities, amongst individuals, amongst investors and others. And here you're looking at issues of safety, issues of protection, and government has a role here in terms of what it provides in terms of policing and security and stability and so on, right? But in the private realm, in the private sector, the whole, and the private realm in communities, the whole attitude to what the township is, what it could potentially do, needs to start to change. Not that it must remain a dormitory supplier of cheap labor, and I mean, we can't even talk about that anymore given the unemployment rates and so on. And it's not, so we don't want it to remain the dormitory supplier of cheap labor, but we're also not going to make it a major production hub. That doesn't mean that it must remain a consumptive area, but it does mean that the creativity of what can be stimulated has to be rethought, because big industry is not going to happen. There isn't just the space for it.
Okay, thank you. My next question is for Busi. I think it should actually have been the first question. There's a lot of talk about the township economy, but what actually is the township economy? Is it having a Spar, Pick and Pay, KFC and Nando's in a township mall? And is that adequate?
Thank you for that. And I was actually hoping to come to this remark in the chat. I saw it in the chat to effectively say that, like already mentioned, right, the township economy is the economy. And in fact, the artificial distinction has already been mentioned, is incorrect. I think fundamentally, right, what we are seeing in townships is sort of a replication of neoliberal capitalism at a mass scale into particular contexts, right? So we are in the country of South Africa where neoliberal capitalism is sort of the status quo. And so obviously you're going to see this in the township. It's a mirror image of it. But what's happening obviously in the township is that it is reproducing in a very different way, and it's reproducing historically, as we've already discussed, which is about this low paid labor, which is about what do you call it? It's about exploiting, right, low paid and unpaid work, and unpaid work being the work that is largely done by women for social reproduction, right? How do we show up every day is through social reproductive work. And I think township economies, if we're gonna, it's really a geographic description. I don't want to call it as a distinct sort of entity. It is just a geographic parameter that we're placing on these places because they are the economy. And to say that, I think townships give us an opportunity to rethink the intersection of the role of the state, the role of business, and the role of society, and how we can reimagine a different economy. In the recent panel with the president, I said to him, the current context, the current macroeconomic conditions mean that we will never have economic liberation in this country. Trickle-down economics does not work. And it has not worked. And so it requires us to reimagine, what does ownership look like? What does community ownership look like, as already been mentioned? How do we build local economies of scale? I disagree that, there's no space. I think fundamentally what is needed is aggressive economic planning. I lived in a township where everything is imported in, and we cannot have that, right? It can't be that when there's a strike somewhere else, people don't get bread because there's no bread being made in that particular township. That is a basic good. We must aggressively economic plan to ensure that people's basic needs are met and created and produced within those economies. And that is sustainable development. How do we create it such that, we narrow these distances, the spatial apartheid, right? The way to narrow it is to actually create sustainable communities around particular economics. I mean, I always say economics is just about, it's a set of decisions about how our economies are organized. And we can make a different set of decisions. We can say that, one thing I wrote here that I wanted to mention is, who's investing in early childhood development? Who's investing in the care sector? It's because we don't see the care sector particularly as a traditional economic productive sector, and that requires us to rethink economics. early childhood development, the care economy is critical to capitalism. In fact, it stabilizes capitalism itself. And so it requires us to rethink, what do we need in this economy? What are the basic sets of activities that are needed? Care economy is one of them. The production of basic services or production of basic goods is one of them. How do we organize our economies like this? And actually to then say, what is the role, again, like I said, what is the role of the state and what is the role of business? The role of the state currently has been to re-entrench neoliberalism and really step back. I disagree with positions of fiscal cliff, because I think time and time again, economists like myself and others have presented alternative economic pathways over and over again. You said, look, if you get a fiscal stimulus of this nature, it will pay for itself over and over again. And in fact, you won't have to worry about these things. This is how to generate growth. This is how to take care of the economy. And I think the question is, who's being listened to is also a fundamental, critical question in our current economic state. But wholly agree. I think I've gone really on a tangent, but to say wholly agree that, you know, the existence of large corporate capitalistic business in townships, it's a symptom of the larger economic infrastructure, and that fundamentally needs to change.
Okay, thank you very much, Busi. A last question for this panel will be to Xoli before we have to close. I can see movement of emotion and passion. I wish we had more time. Xoli, my last question. If you could share 2 ideas that with Marsha on how to implement the Township Redevelopment Fund, what would those be?
I thought we were not about solutions. This is what the president said. Well, I think it goes back to the points that I was making, is that, you know, we already recognize that there's a lot of investment opportunities within the township economy, and a lot of, you know, the infrastructure that is being invested is money coming from outside of the Amagasi, essentially. And I think then it's really rethinking what kind of impact that you want to have. And I think it really goes to the investment objectives that are being set around this fund. To say, if you're creating jobs, okay, that's well and good, but is that where it ends? And if you are now trying to, let's say, revitalize the economies as it was said as part of the theme, is that you really need to think innovatively around how you make sure that the people who are working in that economy are also part of the production. I guess it goes back again to my Marxist type of view, to say, if we're not owning the means of production and we are not producing enough, you can't say that, okay, now we have 2 stores in the entire mall where the locals are the ones who actually produce the product that is being retailed. So how do you then make sure that even the tenants that are now coming into these various infrastructure developments that can be done, how do you then make sure you're very deliberate about making sure that you create an environment for that multiplier effect of money, so that you produce and you also retail in the same market? And I think this approach would be, perhaps it would be beneficial for our people, because, you know, what was striking to see after the looting, during the looting of businesses, you know, you just have a look at who the businesses were that were looted, and it was minimal in terms of those who actually are from the places that were looted. So it has been, again, the big retailers. I don't want to give them airtime and give them names, but I think that for me was telling of part of the problem, is that we have these large economic infrastructure projects that are supposed to be contributing to the economic pillar of sustainability, but they're not enough. And I think when you then have these investments that come into the townships, how are you making sure that you're moving beyond service-related or consumer encouraging businesses to those that are actually also producing. So I tend to disagree a bit about, in terms of what Ibrahim was saying, is that, you can't build factories, and what is it at the cost of? Because for me, it tells me that there's a view that you can't have infrastructure, you can't have town planning that is all-encompassing. I don't think these things are mutually exclusive. You have a lot of cities where things can be produced, and you design housing differently. You can have skyscrapers where at the bottom it's actually something that where someone produces. Yes, it may not produce either lethal or, and not lethal, but maybe dangerous chemical things. But I think there's a lot of opportunity to have even micro manufacturing opportunities. And even with us as investors, when we're now engaging with the likes of the big retailers, and I think, Mandla made the example around how, things are stacked on shelves. I think it's quite a granular thing, but it's something that we need to be quite deliberate about, not only as investors, but people who are inviting these retailers to come on board, to say, why is it that you're going to have this, this product from Unilever, and it's manufactured elsewhere on top, and and easy to see, but you're making an example about amasoja. Amasoja are not necessarily easy to see. So there are macro things that need to be done around, firstly, how we build and what we can build in terms of these mixed use and fit for purpose infrastructure to accommodate both manufacturing and services to be delivered, but at a more granular level, be very specific and be very active and be activists around how do you then make sure that the retailers, whether they're foreign or not, are making sure that are putting our people's stuff on the shelves. Because we speak about buy local, but when you have to go buy local, why is it that you need to go to the to the end of the sticks to actually get something that is made locally? But you in the township can't walk into a mall and get something that is locally produced by your neighbor or someone else. Okay. So I think those are the kind of ideas that I could bring to the table. And I thank you, Lana, for the hospital pass. But I think the gist of it is that I think there needs to be a reimagination around how how economies can work. So we can't necessarily just say we want to do the tried and tested, because the tried and tested has also has had negative consequences, whether intentional or not. So so I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much to my panelists, Masha, Ibrahim, Busi, and Kolisa. Thank you for your insights. Thank you to the attendees for your questions. They will form a greater compendium of issues that will be addressed as we go forward. And to the panelists, thank you for the paper that you write that I will take ownership of. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy President, and thank you very much, really, to all our speakers. I've been trying to keep track of all the comments, and the one consistent thing that people are saying is, geez, there's so much coming out that we've never even thought about. And we must thank you for that, because that was the whole intention of this discussion, to have the conversation that we've not yet had before. There have been issues raised around, yes, the township economy has not worked as well as we had hoped, but let us not underplay the fact that what happened in the past 2 weeks was intentional. And I think it is an important reminder, although we all agree that at some point or the other there was going to be some form of uprising. You're quite correct that in this particular case, the extent of the damage was what it was because it was intentional. And I think until that there's that community ownership where people feel that this is my hall, this is my recreational center, this is my store, or this is my neighbor's store, and I will not be part of any efforts that undermine the good work that these people have done, or the good work that we have actually helped them to do. You know, in Sesotho culture, there's something that we call letsema, where when a neighbor is in need of help, other neighbors come together and give support to that neighbor. And as a result, if there's any attack on their property, all of the people that were there to give support as part of the letsema will come and support that. And I do agree with you that we must start taking ownership and pride in that which we have, even if it's not sufficient, because it is what we can build on in order for us to secure the future of the coming generations. I also like the idea that we must think out of the box. We have we've created frameworks, regulations, structures, and have confined our thinking as if we are not intelligent and dynamic people. Let us think outside of the box and say we are where we are. The townships were structured the way that they were for the reasons that were relevant at the time. But what is the potential? What is possible? How can we still create the cities that we want these townships to be, that will serve our needs within the confines of the restrictions that these townships operate in? And this is where creativity and innovation comes in. And I believe that Africans are very creative and innovative people, and I do think that we can find those problems. And we will delve deeper into these issues as the day progresses. So I want to thank you all very, very much. I just want to do two things to remind colleagues about, this conversation. I must remind all of us, it's not supposed to just be about us here sitting on the panel and talking amongst ourselves. We want to hear the voice of the community. We want to hear the voice of people in the townships. So I remind everybody again to encourage their cousins that they haven't seen in 10 years' time, everybody that they know, that they should follow us on Instagram, and the handle is ABSIP HQ. They should follow the conversation on Twitter, and the handle is ABSIP. They should check our ABSIP page on Facebook. And importantly, because this is streaming live on YouTube, they should be directed to YouTube, and those who are on the telecom network can get free data access to this on the ABSIP website. So let's continue the conversation, invite people, because more conversations are going to continue throughout the day. So it's not too late to join now. The media platform hashtags are hashtag Township Economy, and the other hashtag is hashtag Let's Rebuild. And with those comments, I also got a message from someone who's saying they're absolutely loving the poll as it comes up, because it's making them engaged. So what I will do is I will just read out some of the poll results. And one of the questions, the first question was on social cohesion, which is the topic of this panel that has just finished now. And the question was, does South Africa need a new social compact? Meaning, do we need a dynamic agreement between the state and society on how to live together and how to address issues of power and resources? And the overwhelming response is yes. So 92% of people said we absolutely need a new social compact. So the question is, what do we then do going forward? How do we facilitate that beyond today's discussion? The next question that I am finding on the poll was around, do you agree that you cannot rebuild something that was not working? And the overwhelming question, which is concerning, rather the overwhelming response is that yes. So if we assume that the township economy was not working or not working well, people are saying that you cannot rebuild it. So are they then saying that we start from scratch, so we go to the foundation, we tear down and we dig up again and build a new foundation and build from that? Is that what they are saying? And these are very important questions that, for me, I think need to be answered as we go along. And I will continue throughout the day, of course, to share the poll results. Another result that has just come through now was on the question of, can you take manufacturing to the township? And the overwhelming response, which is 95%, is yes. So people in the township are saying, bring it on. We can do it. We'll figure out where to put up the manufacturing infrastructure, or we'll repurpose, as was suggested here, perhaps we'll repurpose some of what we have, but certainly bring manufacturing into the townships. And those are the results I'm finding for now. I will continue to do that as we go throughout the day. And I just wanted to also make an important point, because it's something that was raised very early this morning on Twitter, and I've seen it coming through again in some of the Zoom questions, to say the irony and probably even the pomposity of having a township economy discussion in Sandton. How dare you? It is something that my team and I actually discussed during the course of this week, bearing in mind that this Imbizo was only planned from this past Monday. We had to use the resources that were immediately available to us. But we will be having a series of Imbizos going forward, because, as we said, this is a conversation that is going to continue with other partners. So next week, Saturday, we will have another session, and we plan to have it in Soweto. We still haven't yet determined which venue. Either Vista University or Jabulani Theatre, if it is functioning properly, and we will announce the details. And the intention is that for our future township Imbizos, we will make sure that we select different townships, because we also don't want it to be based in Gauteng. We are a national organization, so we'll make sure that we have these conversations in townships in other provinces of the country as well. We will take literally a 5-minute break, just for us to freshen up, grab a cup of coffee, water, have a body break as well, and then we will reconvene. The time now is 4 minutes past, well, 4 minutes to 11. So maybe let me just be a little bit generous and say at 11:05, we will resume, and we will be getting into panel 2 that will be discussing rebuilding, restoring, and revitalizing the township economy. I want to thank our panelists once again. And we'll see you in just under 10 minutes. Thank you.
program eranwa yithi. There's a program here, Radical Economic Transformation. That program is not a code for looting. And two, it's our right as people ukuthi ku protest. Uma kufanele ku protest. But it's not our right ukuthi siluthe. Ukulutha it's a criminal offense. Efanele ukudile nayo ngendlela ethize. Kodwa engifuna ukukusho namhlanje ngila emaponya. Siyayidefenda emaponya namhlanje. Kodwa sikaze sibenefite emaponya. Bebenefit abelungu from cleaning company la emaponya. Abelungu abadla la. From security company ebalekile namhlanje engekho. Abelungu abadla la. The maintenance eyenziwa la abelungu akukho umuntu omnyama. So therefore yizo izinto ezinkinga. Nenye into engifuna ukuthi ungayibalekeli. Umbalula bekhona manje la. Ufika namhlanje izinto seyiwile. Labantu bekhulunywa nabo isikhathi sisekhona ukuthi bafethu respondant thina siyamagwala fanele sibatshele into straight. Uqeda ukwenza lento esidina kakhulu yokunikeza abelungu umsebenzi bese banesibindi ukuzo addressa la the very same balula uqeda ukunikeza i-red ends i-contract ye-security ye-company yabelungu ebelokhu ixosha abantu ey'ndlini ukuthi bayogada iprasa. Lezo zinto abantu ziyabaqasula. Lento ye-white monopoly, let's not run away from it. Let's create solutions. Ours thina as an organization, into esifuna ukuyenza nayo. Esifuna ukuyenza is a job placement with immediate effect. Kanjani ngibuze ukuthi kanjani job placement. Manje la emaponya mall, akuna security company abelungu ezoqhubeka isebenze. Njoba igade abantu abamnyama. Kumele kuqhubeka kugade ini abantu abamnyama. Njengoba kuzocleanwa after lento eyenzeka la, akunamlungu ozoza la azoclean. Abantu abamnyama abala. Akunamlungu ozoza la ozo-maintain. I don't see any white person la currently to defend our economy like us. We are on our own. Ngifuna ukukhuluma nomuntu wakithi omnyama, yangizwa siswami.
Great. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. I hope that during the break, we frantically, all of us, sent the link to our families, our friends, our old schoolmates, our old boyfriends and girlfriends and lovers in whatever form we had, who are in the township economy, to say, hurry up and link to this very important conversation because we need to hear your voice. I think this video that has just played is a very good introduction to this panel discussion, which is the panel discussion of the day that is going to be talking about rebuilding, even though we've just been told that we cannot rebuild that which never existed, restoring and revitalizing the township economy. I think what is clear from that is that people in Soweto in this particular instance are saying when one of our own was under threat, we came and we supported them. But when there is no threat, when there is no looting, they do not hire us, they do not give us opportunities to provide the services that they need in their organizations, and they go out of the township to seek services from those who are not of us. And yet when times are tough, we are the ones who stand up. And I thought it was quite, when I saw it during the week, I thought it was, it was such an honest, it was emotive, but very, very honest assessment of the situation and I suppose an articulation of how very many people feel. So with that background and those comments, I would like to firstly introduce my panel. I'm very excited about this panel because this is the panel that is going to be really trying to tackle the topic of the day. We have got Mr. Andile Mazwai, who is the chairman of Bidvest Bank and the former CEO of the Stockfel Association. We've got Mr. Tsepo Moloi, who's the CEO and founder of a company called Stockfel. We have got Ms. Batabile Moreki, who is the CEO and founder of Township Economic Transformation in Franchise Ecosystem, and she runs her own franchises in the townships as well. We've got Mr. Rorisang Chabalala, who's the CEO and founder of Chapter 1 Innovation. And then we've got Mr. Silebogo Molefe, who is the founder of the Hookup Dinner. And part of that whole movement of the Hookup Dinner includes people like the People's Fund. And then we've got Mr. Bulelani Balabala, who is the founder of Township Entrepreneurs Alliance. So welcome, colleagues. And I really do look forward to what I think is going to be quite a robust engagement. I will start by asking Rory to really share with us, and it's a very nice continuation, if you will, of the discussion that has just taken place in the first panel around, fundamentally, what are the issues that have led us to where we are? What are the structural issues? What are the foundational issues? And what are the possibilities? Can we start with you, Rory, to set the scene for us? And then I will invite our other colleagues into conversation after you start.
Thanks, Bolo. Can we load the slides, please? No, go back, please. Go back. Go back.
Slide 1.
Slide 1. Thank you. Thank you. So I work for a research and development firm. We build companies that become deal flow for the capital markets. So what I'm going to be sharing with you is the work that we've been doing for over 7 years, focused on the township economy. And this is work that would have come out of the research side, and then towards the end I will begin to share some of the opportunities for development that I think we can all participate in. As with any of the portfolios that we focus on, it always starts with an interesting question. And the question that underpins this piece of work is, why are there no skyscrapers in Soweto? I invite you to think of Soweto as a proxy for any other township, and ask ourselves, why are there no skyscrapers in any of the townships that we know? And the skyscrapers are really a metaphor, I think, for the type of conversation that we're hoping to have today. Next slide. So I was born and raised in the township of Soshanguve in Tshwane. It's a township that was established in 1974 as a result of the relocation of people from the townships of Mamelodi and Atteridgeville. And of course, Soshanguve is an acronym, really. It stands for Soto, Shangaan, Nguni, and Venda, and that's how they basically separated the different tribes. Of course, the important thing in that picture is we're looking for the skyscraper. We're looking at the shape of the skyline and at how Soshanguve is laid out, and you can see very much. And of course, there's a snapshot, but you can go to any part of Soshanguve, and you're largely going to see this spread out sprawl, and you're not really seeing any of those skyscrapers since 1974. Let's move on to the next slide, please. There we have Soweto since the 1930s, and it's the same picture. No skyscrapers, a lot of sprawl. So the question remains: why are there no skyscrapers in the townships? The next slide. There you have you have Alex and you have Sandton. There's the skylines of both Alex and Sandton. Alex was established since 1912. No skyscrapers there. Sandton established in 1969, and that at that time it really was just farmland. So Sandton wasn't established in the way that we know it now. It was a lot of farmland. Even in the 80s, it was literally a lot of small holdings. What we see here is a very recent development. And so the question is, how did Sandton manage to overtake all of these townships that we've seen? How did the skyline of Sandton evolve so radically in relation to all of these other townships that we've seen? Next slide. So getting into trying to answer that question, townships are home to 60% of South Africans, but they remain an enduring legacy of our apartheid past. As was said in the first panel, you know, the purpose statement behind townships was for them to be dormitories for cheap labor. There you've got a quote by Jones in 1921, who basically described what the purpose of townships were. Native territories to serve as cheap breeding ground for black labor, and basically to release and to relieve capital of the responsibility of funding black labor to reproduce its own, as they put it. Giving capital the opportunity to suck in the labor and to pull it out, to push it out at its whims. So the question, I guess, for us today is, to what extent has the character of townships fundamentally changed since those days, 1921? Even if we have managed to put malls in our townships, we've managed to make cosmetic changes, has the fundamental character of townships fundamentally changed? On the other side, we've got, and it's a great thing that it's ABSIP, we've got the value chain of capital, what we call the value chain of capital. Over 8.9 trillion rand of assets under management, and very little of that finds its way into townships. And what we say is, you know, ultimately those ideas and people which society puts capital behind are those that ultimately flourish. The biggest companies in South Africa today aren't necessarily because they're the best ideas for retail, for logistics, for FMCG. They're simply the best capitalized. And the same with the areas that we live in. Ultimately, what you see in Sandton is a function of a well-capitalized space more than anything else. Next slide, please. So there are fundamental characteristics of South Africa's townships. I won't go into them in too much detail, but you know, I think the first thing is they are one of Verwoerd's most enduring legacies, and the legacy persists. They possess the key formulation of the formation of cities. In other words, so what has been found is, in order to establish a city, you need three main things. You need numbers, so you need high population numbers, you need population density, and you need heterogeneity. So heterogeneity of economic activity, people, and so on. You've got all of those characteristics in the township, and yet the township development trajectory does not trend towards cities. In fact, what we see is they trend towards slums more often than not. But as the World Bank said in their report, never was a slum created with such a level of central planning. Townships are deliberate, they were planned, they were focused. So if we're going to undo them, we can't simply assume that they're going to somehow start to evolve into cities. We have to be purposeful and deliberate in the way that we dismantle the apartheid legacy and develop them into cities in their own right. There are a number of things that keep them where they are. I won't go into all of them. I think a lot of them have been discussed. The issue of infrastructure drives the issue of low internal multipliers. Infrastructure is ultimately an enabler and a force multiplier. So if you're an entrepreneur, you bring your capital into the township, the infrastructure should be a force multiplier of that and allow you to expand it. But there's also another important thing which shows how the spillover of social issues. Townships have low internal fixed capital formation. In other words, never mind the capital that needs to come into townships, there is capital that we can form internally within townships through our own savings. However, an important characteristic of townships is they have a high dependency ratio. In other words, money that should be saved cannot be saved because it is going into feeding unemployed adult kids who have their own kids and so on. So that is a structural issue that undermines our ability to create savings, and those savings then to be invested in the township economy. And the other things that have already been spoken about low levels of
or weak entrepreneurial culture. Now, that may seem odd, but what has been found is that relative to other places of similar income levels around the world, townships have a high reliance on wages as the most important source of income for them. Now, that is odd for a place with such high unemployment levels. In other parts of the world, areas with high unemployment levels, typically the primary source of income is entrepreneurial activity. In townships, the primary source of income remains wages, and this is with a high unemployment rate in those. On the other side, then we've got the value chain of capital again that we've spoken about. And I think the biggest thing about the South African value chain of capital, that's the formal capital markets, is that most of that money belongs to black people. If you think about what sits inside of government pension fund and so on, and the size of the public service, and that over 75% of the public service is black people. Most of the capital that is managed by the value chain of capital is black people's money, and yet that capital is not finding its way into the communities where the majority of black people live in. Next slide, please. And so when we dug deeper to say what is causing this inability for capital to move into townships, we stripped it of all of the sentiment. And I think sometimes we tend to get lost in the sentiment and the politicization. If you speak to, and we interviewed a range of people within the value chain of capital. And ultimately, capital will say we're not sentimental, we chase returns based on the risk that we have to take. That is ultimately what drives where we invest in. It is not because we don't want to go into certain places because of black people and so on. No, if we see an opportunity that is commensurate with the risk we're going to take, capital will find its way there. That is why we've got things like junk bonds and so on. That is an indicator of capital going into places that are regarded as suboptimal because they found a way to drive return. And when we tried to diagnose what is the issue, what we found was the primary driver of a lack of capital investment into townships were what is called institutional voids. That should create a bridge between townships and what is called the value chain of capital. And we consider the value chain of capital as the enabling value chain. Ultimately, even if you look at a forest floor, how high the trees grow is a function of how deep and how nutritious the forest floor and the soil in the forest floor is. Similarly, the size of businesses you're able to grow in the township are a direct function of how vibrant and how strong the value chain of capital is within the particular townships. Next slide, please. And so now as I reach conclusion, we've got Cosmo City. Now Cosmo City is another township, 12,000 mixed typology units there, from fully subsidized houses to bonded houses and rental units, 12 schools. Very nice place. It's still a township. And of course, as the minister said, it's a beacon of urbanization. We're proud of Cosmo City. Now let's look at the next slide.
Next slide.
Cosmo City was established, back. Oh. Cosmo City was established in 2005. It is a post-apartheid creation. And so the question we have to ask ourselves as I reach the end of the presentation is, beyond all of the structural issues, there is a need for us to change our mindsets about the potential that we see in areas that are predominantly, where black people predominantly live. If even post-apartheid, so many years post the advent of democracy, we still build human settlements in the image of the apartheid vision and the colonial vision, then there is a problem, fundamental problem with our mindsets that needs to first be fixed before we can ever hope that we're going to begin to transform townships into cities. Please move on to the last slide. So coming back to the question of why are there no skyscrapers in Soweto? Skyscrapers are ultimately, if you think about the function of a city's role, actually, a city has a very functional role. It is to drive optimal capital productivity. So when you see high structures, high buildings, what you're getting there is you're getting the highest amount of capital concentration in the smallest amount of square miles. So that is why you build upwards, because you're trying to get as much capital concentration in as smallest space as possible. And the question to why there are no skyscrapers in Soweto is an indicator. So if you want to see where there is greatest amount of capital in any area in the world, you look at the size of the buildings and it will give you an idea. There are structural reasons why there are no skyscrapers, and I was using it really as a metaphor, including the fact that most of our townships are built on soil that could not even carry skyscrapers or buildings like that, which was also a very deliberate thing that the apartheid government did to make sure that we never develop. So as we have this conversation, I would emphasize that until we get the value chain of capital into townships, we'll have limited hope of ever building companies that are going to rival some of the best that we have in the rest of the land. Thank you.
Rory, thank you for that very insightful and I think very well researched piece. And I thought it is important for us to understand part of in fact, the main reason, not the sole reason, but because we had a chance post-1994 to change things. But to understand that townships were set up and structured quite deliberately to never become anything other than cheap labor-sending centers. That's what they were structured for. And the mistake we seem to have made as policymakers is that we then just took over from where the previous regime left off and continued, and never had the conversation that says, okay, how do we then go back? How do we, as I said, as somebody said, and maybe this is the point they were making, that we cannot rebuild something that never existed, because we never had a thriving township economy before, if you use that kind of thinking. Therefore, let us tear down and rebuild. And I'm not saying that people should go and loot now. I'm just talking maybe, again, philosophically tearing down the mindset, rethinking of how we see things, how we do things, and starting almost from the ground up and not trying to fix that which in any event was never meant to work well. So it's a very sobering account of our history and why we are here. But what you've also said, Rory, around why are there no skyscrapers in Soweto, and after having listened to the first panel where, I think Ibrahim was saying that we have to then compete. Do we build a school, or do we build a housing development, or do we build a manufacturing facility? And one of the things you're saying is, well, if everybody's convinced that this is the best place for us to be putting money, we'll build up. So maybe we might actually be able to accommodate all of that, and not maybe across land, but perhaps as we build those skyscrapers. I would like to bring Andile in now. Andile, you have straddled between the township and I'll say Sandton, right? So you've got a very good appreciation of when people in the township, because Rory talked about the importance of the capital value chain and what it can unlock, and you have an idea of what it is. Firstly, the aspirations of people in the township are in terms of wealth creation, what they have tried to do, what has worked and what has not worked, and the intersection between that and why it is that when we are in Sandton, we are not able to help unlock that which the township economy itself is trying to unlock. So I'm quite keen to hear your thoughts around what do you think can work, how should we do it, and what should we stop doing? And I always say, what should we start doing more of?
Thank you, Madam President. It's quite profound what my colleague Rory-san has spoken about. And those complexities are easily understood when you look at household income statements. I have been fortunate enough to have been in people's living rooms in the southwestern townships and spoken about money. I've also spoken to people in their living rooms in the leafy suburbs about money. In the townships, you have your income, which is typically from your labor. You then consume, and then you repeat. If you look to augment your income, it can be in the form of a social grant, but it also goes to consumption. If you find that your money is short and you want to go and borrow, you now have income that you've borrowed, and yet you still consume it, and it only makes your consumption even more expensive. And this is your life in the township. Work, consume, repeat. In the suburbs, it's quite different. Again, your income is primarily from your work. After you've consumed, you invest. And that investment allows you to grow, so that when you then go back to the beginning, your income is now augmented not only by your labor, but also by your investment returns. You then invest some more, and you grow further. When you take on debt in the suburbs, you use that debt to acquire productive assets. And again, you're always growing your income base. So all of these complexities, when you look at them that way, it is quite clear that the segregationist past that we come from continues to be entrenched on a monthly basis, and it plays out in every household across the country. We must be honest enough to understand that we here in this panel have allowed this inequality. When I say us, it's our ilk. What more excuses do we have now? After so many years, we've allowed this inequality to continue, and it has entrenched exclusion. To borrow your turn of phrase, Madam President, we have no right to be shocked. We have no right to be shocked. In fact, this has been forewarned by an African proverb that states that the child who is not embraced by a village will burn it just to feel its warmth. And this is where we find ourselves today. Thank you.
Andile, thank you very, very much. You have put it, very aptly, that there's no better way. We are all complicit of where we are today. We are complicit when it comes to where the townships are today, because when we left, we left. Literally, we left. That's why I'm saying that some of us had boyfriends and girlfriends in the 80s and so on and so forth, which we might be wanting to go back to and having this conversation with, to say, I'm sorry I left, but I would like to come back again and see what it is that we can do together. And I imagine, Andile, that in the township household, yes, the patterns at the beginning are similar. We all go to work like those people in the suburb. We then consume, but then that's where it ends, right? Because what you are saying to me, what I'm hearing you, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is the person in the suburb probably earns enough money to consume and still invest, whereas the person in the township earns just enough to get to work and to eat and to buy clothes and still be short, right? So the income inequalities that I think you're really highlighting here. And we borrow in the townships for consumption, not because we do not have aspirations to borrow to acquire productive assets, but because that is the only way we can survive the next day. So the issue of the Gini coefficient, which apparently we score the worst in the world, is a very real, it's not just a statistical number, it's a very real lived experience of South Africans. And what you are challenging us here today is to say those amongst us who are having this conversation with people in the community. Yes, people in the community are raising issues, but you're also saying, what are we going to be doing proactively to make sure that this Gini coefficient actually improves, so that there's better equality in our economy? And I think it's a very important challenge, Andile, that you are giving us. And we will take it back as ABSIP to say, what are you as the CEO of Standard Bank doing to make sure that income inequality is reduced and those other things? But before I get carried away, because this is, I mean, we can have a whole discussion on what you've said the whole day, I'm going to invite maybe Selebogo. Selebogo, you have done a lot of work since I've known you. You've been doing a lot of work. You have said to me, Ospolu, there are entrepreneurs in the township. They are aspirational. They don't want to sell, they might start off selling kotas and magwinya, but actually they aspire to do more. They want to be in the tech ecosystem. They want to build skyscrapers, as Rory has said. But they don't have the access, they don't have the network, they don't have the motivation, they don't have, you know. So can you tell us, when you started the hookup dinner in particular, what problem were you seeing and therefore trying to solve? And what in your view has worked and what in your view has not worked?
Thanks, Ospolu. It's been such a challenging one. So we started out in 2012, and the problem that we're trying to solve there was a plethora of events that one could attend, especially white networking events in the burbs. And we found that as an upcoming black entrepreneur, you felt out of place in those spaces, whether through your dress code or the fact that you couldn't drive to those places. You know, there were many things that hindered you from just participating and being equal in the room and feeling confident, you know. And we decided, let's start our own. Let's start a social club, a circle where you could take off your mask and be real about the issues that you have. Because quite often, we find ourselves in a space where when somebody's asking you, how you doing? You're like, I'm great. How's business? Business is great. And most of the time we are lying because it's a survival mechanism more than anything else. So we find ourselves in a space where just by starting that, it gained traction because it was an idea whose time had come. And we find ourselves partnering with organizations like ABSIP Invitation. And what I like about what we've learned over the years from SAB more than anything is, you know, SAB can get behind a rock. Like they can distribute and deliver it anywhere. And the skill that we learned through serving an organization like that by helping them to find a pipeline of entrepreneurs in townships was that we can find an entrepreneur anywhere. And we thought our job was done. I mean, everybody's saying they're looking for entrepreneurs for their development programs, right? Now the problem is solved. Here are your entrepreneurs, help them out. But actually the system is designed to exclude most of these entrepreneurs just by virtue of compliance. I mean, the average township entrepreneur operates informally, and you'll find that somebody is running a quota business, and they're probably trading about 10 to 50K a week, and they still don't qualify for a lot of things that the average suburban entrepreneur could easily qualify for. So we tried to solve that for that problem by first supplying that pipeline into corporate, and it didn't work for long, you know. And then we said, maybe we should solve this for ourselves. We're a community. We're here, we exist, and we are active, and we're going to be proactive. We're not going to rely on handouts or somebody who's going to support us out there. And we got together because we believe in collaboration. A colleague of mine often says that collaboration is the new innovation. And we've been focused on how do we use community or the communities that we have access to in a way that is self-sustainable. And that gave birth to the People's Fund. We started that in 2017. And to date, it's transacted just over 250 million rand in black entrepreneurs funding each other for purchase orders, using some of the oldest traditional methods called Stockfels. You know, after all, crowdfunding is a Stockfel that went to private school. So we realized at that point that everything is about indigenous knowledge systems and keeping it simple, you know, and speaking our own language and operating in a way that we understand each other. I mean, when we were trying to teach entrepreneurs how to pitch their concepts and ideas at THUD and them winning prizes and stuff, it was more about peer validation than it was about winning the competition. So it was about, does the next person actually understand what I'm trying to do? And then if I take it back home, does my 5-year-old daughter actually understand what daddy does? You know? And if she does my mom understand what I do? If I can keep it that simple, then transactions are going to take place a whole lot sooner. So we find ourselves in that space where we are constantly trying to solve our own problems. And where we are now, we've realized that, okay, we're solving the funding problem, and the wheels are starting to move in some form or the other. And through driving these collaborative networks, especially in townships where the average black person can afford at least 100 rand. That they can put into a kitty. What do we do with it, and how do we build trust? Because business is built at the speed of trust. And if that trust is consistent, then they are going to pop out more money to do more things. We find ourselves buying into franchises now and collaborating amongst ourselves just by using money from the community amongst ourselves. I'll stop there for now.
So thank you so much, Lebo. And I think you've confirmed one of the points I made earlier, that the solutions lie within us. You came from the township. You tried to penetrate the suburbs. You probably wore your best suit, or maybe you're wearing your All-Star. I'm not sure which one. And you felt out of place. Whether, we take simple things like my confidence in speaking English. Or even the accent, even if my vocabulary is great, if my accent is not quite what it should be, or what others think it should be, then I'm not very confident. And also, I suppose some of the conversations that are taking place in those spaces you cannot relate to, so you're awkward, you are an outsider, and that's a barrier. And I think we need to think about how then do we start. I want to say massify, because this is what they used to say when I was in government. How do we start massifying those networking opportunities so that people who, and it's not so much to say that only people who look like each other and talk like each other should network, because for me that's a disaster, waiting to happen in the long run. But how do we create safe spaces so that people do not feel out of place, so that they can network, because it's through networking that doors are opened. And what I really like also about what you're saying, you're going back to our traditional African systems of doing things that have worked. Community. I made mention earlier of Lezim. When my neighbor is in trouble, I stop what I'm doing, I go to my neighbor, I support them. When they're on their feet, I go back and continue with my life. And the same thing, when it's the same case with me, that's what my neighbor will do. And what you're talking about with the People's Fund is neighbors coming together and saying, oh, Lebo, you need 1.5 million rand. And because you do not have collateral, you do not have security, and a whole range of other things that a bank is going to ask for from you, you are not able to raise that 1.5 million rand. Again, let us come together as a community, which is what we've always done through Stockfels, as you say. Let's come together, put 100 rand here, 1,000 rand there, and then we come up with that 1.5 million rand and we buy that Stockfel, right? And I like that. And I really think, and what I'm also hearing is, these are the types of things we can do, and it doesn't necessarily have to mean that we buy a Stockfel. It might mean that we build the factories that we are saying we need in Soweto, right? So how do we massify that? How do we bring momentum to those kinds of initiatives? So for me, these are the types of, I suppose, solutions that are coming from the community, and we have to listen to them and say, how do we help those kinds of initiatives? Thank you so very much for that. Batabile, you have been doing something, I'll say similar, but not quite the same, in that you have been, a powerhouse of a woman. And when a woman does something, she achieves 10 times more than what a guy does. With all due respect, gentlemen, we love you. So that's why she's the only woman here, and her impact is probably going to be 10 times more than everybody else's. I'm just kidding. So you have been doing a lot of work in the franchising ecosystem. And, there are a lot of people who have got a lot of criticism, by the way, for franchising. Because franchises are not owned by white people. They're owned by some JSE-listed company. And the more you buy the franchise, then the richer the franchisor becomes. Why franchising, and why do you feel so passionately about building an ecosystem around driving that in the township economy?
Okay, thank you so much, Ospolo, and good morning, everyone. So for me, it has always been about what we always hear, even now Andile just addressed it, the inequalities. Mm-hmm. So now you are young, you are black, and it's like, okay, now how do I contribute to these inequalities? What can I do? And for me, I think the best point to start is to use the systems that are now created, because if I cannot change the system, let me use them to our advantage as young black people. So for me, for the franchising, to be honest, is not about only making the rich to be richer. The franchising, there's a whole value chain involved in it. And as black people, we see establishment of franchising in the township, and what do? we still go and buy there. I've never seen black people saying, no, we're not buying into this franchising because it's not owned by us. But because we need those infrastructure, we still support them. So for me, it was like, now, why can't we participate in the value chain? Why can't we also be the owners and get to, transform that inequalities that we are facing on a daily basis? Because we meet financiers every day. Lebu just now addressed about small businesses, we don't have the capacity with compliance. So now, here's a franchise model that has been built. Here's a financier says, I can fund a franchise. So now, as a black person, can't you now participate in that opportunity? And once you are inside, now you can see to say, how can I transform this? So that we can invite other black young businesses. That's what we have done now. We've bought into the franchise businesses, and it's not only just owning them, but we are now opening doors for other, small businesses. We've just done a Stockfel, where we've opened another a national brand. And I think about 50% of the suppliers that we used were very intentional. It was now black suppliers because we were there as the voice. So now with the experience that I had running the other franchises, now I could see, because if you are not participating in those economy, it's very hard for you to make any meaningful contribution. So now you rather be inside, and once you are inside now, that's where you can now say, we need to transform this. And we've got pipelines with a lot of entrepreneurs that Lebu has worked in. We've got a platform like Stockfel where we can now contribute and buy from our own. And the setup that we had in Soweto, you will see now the community when they come, they feel now more confidence to say, we are buying from our own. And they were not just buying, but they were also learning to say, how did you do this? So now we are now opening conversation, not only about owning that particular brand, but ways to say what is used in that from the tech side point of running a franchise. Because now you can order from the app. Now you are just starting now to see the things behind the scene to say, can we now involve other young black businesses to be able to be competitive and to be able to participate in a meaningful way in this economy? Because the franchising industry contributes to 12.5% of the GDP. But now if we're gonna just sit down and say we're not gonna take part in those industries because we are making the richer to be richer, when are we gonna now get the piece of the cake? Because at the end of the day, the same franchises, they're using our black money to fund, the existing businesses. So for me, it was, let's use the system, and once we're inside, let's transform and change these inequalities.
Thank you so much, Batabile. You make such a very important point. I must make this point. When ABSIP was started in 1995, Andy, they can talk to this better than me. I know he looks younger than me, but he is older than me. So he was there at the time. And I'm sure you could count on your fingers the number of black professionals in any significant part of the financial services sector. And ABSIP was started precisely to almost flood the financial services sector with black professionals. And what you are saying resonates, because now that we have flooded the financial services sector, because we are now everywhere, like you cannot miss us. We are saying, now that we are in these positions of influence, how then do we force transformation? So that's a very powerful thing for every black professional or every black person in a position of influence to understand. One of the biggest criticisms that we have for black professionals in particular is that when we get to positions of influence, many of us are very quick to say, I'm not an empowerment candidate. Sorry to wake you up from that dream. We all are. Post-1994, we are all empowerment appointees, whether you like it or not. It was because of the Employment Equity Act that white people for the first time thought that we were worthy of being given positions of influence. So it is important to understand that. But what I like about it is that understanding that I am where I am, not because I didn't deserve it from a merit perspective, but the legislation also had something to do with me being able to get to where I am today. Understanding the responsibility that comes with that. Now that I'm there, now the work starts. The work was not about me getting there. The work starts when I'm there. What do I do when I'm there in order for me to build as I rise? And that's a very important aspect as well about, if you're going to close the gaps between the haves and the have-nots, you cannot continue growing for yourself without making sure that you're building others as you go along. I absolutely love that, Batabile, and I like the idea of saying, look, the system is there, there's not much I can do about it as Batabile on my own, but let me try and figure out how to work the system. You know, now that I'm in there, the value chain is going to be black. And that's where we can again start seeing these developments of the supply chains. We spoke earlier about the potential development of strong supply chains in the townships. So I quite like what you're saying. Now, Tsepo, you are the guy who has convinced himself against other contrary views that actually there's wealth in the township. And we can unlock it and we can build skyscrapers. Tell us about, you know, Stockfel. Why Stockfel? What are you trying to do? What have you achieved? What has worked? What has not worked?
Thanks, Ospolo. I mean, my colleagues have touched on very important points. Everyone has said. I think the African proverb that Andile said spoke to me so much. It reminded me of another one called, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. I think all of us in this panel have gone fast, and that's why we are alone. But now we're trying to rechange that and go far together as a country. You know, and having Slewako said that Stockfel is a private school of crowdfunding, it was actually perhaps that when I started Stockfel, I myself wanted to start a Stockfel, and I wanted to do it a private school way with a lot of Excels and had my friends in the banking industry, and it just failed because I was trying to implement that private school thinking, forgetting the fundamental basics of what a Stockfel is about. And when I stepped back and I went back to my own home Stockfel, which was about 20 years old, I realized that it's about strong leadership, it's about a great administration tool, and it's about you know, building each other together. Once I got to understand that and going to other Stockfels, I realized that if I just build at least one pillar of that, which is the administration side of it, you know, then I'll be able to start greasing the wheels of how a Stockfel is supposed to be so powerful. And that's where Stockfel argue came about, is creating this powerful administration tool that actually greases the wheel of becoming a great Stockfel. I think Rory touched on it very lightly to say it fills a void, basically, right? A void where now the institutions can come to and fills a void where individuals can now say, okay, we've been Stockfelling individually as people in different homes or in different townships, but how do we Stockfel together in a most powerful way? You know, 50 billion rand industry or plus or so, how do you then turn it around to actually suit you from that point of view? And that's where Stockfel is. And since 2016, I mean, we've seen some great outputs. The franchise Stockfel is one of them. We've seen property Stockfels that in less than 2 years, they've garnered 12 million rand, bought great return properties like student accommodation within areas where students live. We've seen a great one that just started up now called the trucking Stockfel that's trying to target the logistic industry. I mean, think about it. If your truck that you knew about was going down to Durban or back from Durban to Joburg, and it was written the Stockfel truck, would have gotten attacked, you know? So you start to understand the power of contributing together as individual, wherever you are in the country, or even within your community. I think one of the lessons that we've learned, particularly with the franchise Stockfel, I must say, even though it was contributed by individuals around the country, one element that I think perhaps what's very important is the people from that community was supposed to also contribute towards that Stockfel. Otherwise, it wouldn't have got looted, right? Yeah. We were still starting to imagine how that will be. And another lesson that I've learned as well is that Stockfels can contribute to another Stockfel. So you don't necessarily need to start new Stockfels. You know, so you as a Stockfel can see a great Stockfel, which is what's happening on our platform, and say, how do we support that Stockfel, right? So I like to joke sometimes and say, Stockfel could become the next stock exchange for Stockfels, because now you can start contribute amongst one another, basically, as Stockfels, right? To say, okay, we might not have the skills, but we see that Stockfel is doing great things, and they've got the skills, and we've got the balance sheet or that capital. How do we then contribute towards that? How do we move that money within Stockfel? So that money does not go out of the ecosystem. It moves within Stockfel and contributes towards that initiative. And those are the beautiful lessons that we started to see around Stockfel. And one thing that perhaps
I got to see from my mother was that a strong leadership, in this instance, a female leadership, actually drives the powerful. The most powerful Stockfels are actually female Stockfels on Stockfel, funny enough, right? They're the ones that are able to multiply and make great things. Not to say that the men don't do it, but 80% of the most powerful Stockfels on Stockfel are female-led. And what we've started to do is we started to ask ourselves is how do we find more of these female entrepreneurs through that as an example? How do we make sure that we empower them? You know, how do we make sure that other Stockfels can see them and actually contribute towards their vision through Stockfel, of course. And this is where we are. I think in the past 5 years, we've done more than 100 million rand transactions amongst Stockfels, amongst themselves, amongst other entrepreneurs, and we're trying to see how do we now take it to times 10, times 100. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tsepo. Another township brewed solution that people can relate to, where we are using the power of community, where we are using our own wealth, even if it's 100 rand, to create 1,000 rand from the 100 rand. And again, the question then becomes, and I've asked this question, by the way, to a lot of financial services companies to say, apart from the, you know, banks still have savings accounts for Stockfels. I don't know whether they've come up with anything. I think every year I phone to say, is there any creative product for Stockfels? And today, I'm yet to see any creative Stockfel product, or at least a wealth creation product targeted towards Stockfels. It baffles my mind that no insurance company in this country or wealth management firm in this country has ever thought to say, how do we do what Tsepo is trying to do? Because what you are doing is you are multiplying 100 rand to 1,000 rand to 100 million rand to 1 billion rand through African traditional systems of doing things. And I'm absolutely loving that, because what it does is it's very affirming for us as Africans that our systems worked. And what we did is we abandoned them and we ran to what the banks told us, what the Central people told us, and then in your case in particular, you tried to take what you were taught at Nedbank, I think at the time, to put it back into the township, and the township was like, hey dude, what is this? This is foreign to us, it doesn't work. But you had the humility to listen and to observe and to learn and to use our traditional systems, taking advantage of your formal training and finding a solution that people could relate to and that could work for people. And I absolutely love the power of that statement. And these are the things, Tsepo, that we need to be really thinking about. How do we, as I said before, how do we massify them? How do we put enough capital behind them so that we can see more and more of this happening? Bulelane, my brother, I see you are very busy on Facebook and social media, rebuilding and doing wonderful things. And I'd really like to hear from you, because I only saw you now after the riots, so I can't say what you were doing before. But what, in your view, were you trying to solve with some of the initiatives, or rather, maybe what led, in your view, to some of the looting, apart from the political reasons, of course, that precipitated it? What, in your view, would lead somebody in Zola or Katlehong or wherever to say, I'm going to loot, so-and-so's shop when I've grown up with them? And what does your initiative seek to do today, but also in the future? Because I know that you're going to be continuing to do this going forward.
Thank you so much, Ms. Paulo. I think for me, it's a myriad of issues, right? And having done the work that we've done in townships over the past 6 years, Ntuzu, Magwamashu, Kaeli, Shatembisa, Katlehong, Kukuletu, Yonkindao, I think it's been a build-up, right? And I think maybe a couple of things that we need to get out. The loot-up was an imminent thing.
Yeah.
It's going to happen again if not dealt with the right way. One of the biggest things that we are failed by leadership. You know, we can talk about entrepreneurship as much as we want, about building the skyscrapers, and we'll build them. But they're going to be disrupted purely because of failed leadership. You know, we've gone into townships and in rural communities across the country to run work and had situations where we were pointed at with guns and getting death calls, purely because a failed system, a leadership system that failed to govern the entrepreneurial ecosystem. That went boldly and spoke about 30% equities on this, 30% needs to go on that, without hand-holding the community through understanding government policies. Whereas on the other hand, you've got what Lebogo was talking about, which is the entrepreneurs who are in the township, abarana, spaza shops, or whatsoever the case is, that are failed by an economic system that excludes them. But apart from the economic system excluding them, you also then find that these very same entrepreneurs who've got valuable ideas, who've got skin in the game, who've got working products, it becomes difficult then for them to be co-opted into the system, because in order for me to participate in the system has a criteria and a list of regulatory reforms for me to participate in that particular system. But we have never gone as far as to say, how then do we then inclusively bring about these entrepreneurs, or bring about these so-called entrepreneurs in the informal sector into the formalized sector in the right manner? Because the sort of conversation that we have had in the past couple of years in our engagements with corporates, and I guess this is where it became an almost failed dialogue, and we then sort of decided, let us now build our own sort of tools, which is what Sleva was talking about right now, to address the actual issues, right? Is the fact that when you then now start to then say to an entrepreneur boldly, I'll give you funding, but in order for you to access this funding, you need to formalize. What you have then done is you've already put me in over 14,000 Rand worth of debt, but from purely a management perspective, because now I need to pay annual returns. Now I need to then manage my bank fees, if I've got bank fees. Now I need to pay Quader. There's a whole series of things that you've already put me into, but you have not answered the critical question, which is then to say, are the procurement pipelines opened enough for me to participate? Now when we did work, and I think, so the approach that we then have is an almost forceful approach. Because whatsoever corporates or whatsoever brands that we seek to work with, what we then do is that we localize all procurement. Now, when we localize all procurement, it simply means we don't find the formal business. We find the informal and the formal business, and we bring them in. And the almost handhold approach is simply to say, how then do you transform, like we did, for instance, when we did work in Attersville and Mamelodi, in finding abo mama abadayisa ukudla, or rather who sell food on the side of the road. How then do you then get low mama, hook them up with someone who's got the compliance certification to have her still supply the food, and understand intrinsically, economically, the value of her supplying that food, So I think that becomes a big thing, because we can, the biggest challenge is we can go out there as we do. Over the past 6 years, we've worked with thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs, over 48,000 township entrepreneurs, and we still continue to do so. But the big barrier will consistently be the policies and the regulations. And I think in the municipality that you're operating in, the bylaws, right, that are infringing or that are suppressing the entrepreneurs that have decided to run their businesses there, and because of the specialized zonings and so on and so forth, that are limiting and incapacitating the growth of the entrepreneurs. I think to date, you look at a community like Tembisa, where we're now getting an influx of these entrepreneurs who are being handed on court orders to say, shut down your car wash, shut down your spaza shop because this is a residential property, shut down in. So we need to relook but the first part that I sort of opened with was the failed leadership. Yeah. We need a leadership. So I've almost said, many times on many platforms, it's engaging in conversations with the custodians, a government through the Department of Small Business, through the agencies being CEDA and NEF, but are non-existent in entrepreneurial spaces. There's an entrepreneurial ecosystem that is governed by enterprise supply development, which then is allocated billions and billions by corporates, but it's not facilitated. I think the conversation that we need to sort of have is with the stakeholders in places to then say, especially from a governmental perspective, regulate the space and manage the space and toil the soil, right? So that you can be able to build a cohesive environment that is monitored, measured, and regulated for organizations like Stockfel, IFAD, and all the practitioners to be able to then unearth this potential and have it conducive enough for the corporate players who want to actually co-opt them to be able to co-opt them. But the reality is the economy is only going to be built by small business, but small businesses are not given procurement opportunities. But if they are going to be able to grow, they need to be able to access procurement opportunities and to be able to then be given a conducive environment for them to be able to practice. So there needs to be leniency with the system. There needs to be leniency with regulations for them to be able to participate. I lost my train of thought there.
No, it's fine. You've said a lot, though. You've said a lot, and you've said a lot of important things, Bulelani. You know, I mean, firstly, if you do not have a customer, you do not have a business, isn't it? Yeah. That's really the point of it. Yeah. So if you're going to give me a loan and I don't have a customer and I don't have a business, then you're getting me in more trouble than I'm already in anyway. Can I tell you a funny story? Last night, as we were finalizing our questionnaire, because we put up questionnaires for our entrepreneurs to say, what do you need, whatever. So most of us are, of course, finance people, right? Like we're proper finance, banking, whatever people. And we came up with this questionnaire, and we realized that, oh my God, the very thing that we accuse the formal sector of doing to the township entrepreneurs, in terms of, why do you need all this information? We asked ourselves that question. Do we really need all this information? You know, do we really need your date of birth? Really? Like, for us to give you money, do we really need to know which day and month you were born? Really, you know? So we found ourselves literally bringing down a probably 4 or 5 page document into 1.5 pages, because we realized that a lot of the questions that we were asking were actually relevant for the problem we're trying to solve. So that is the power of being able to straddle between what the formal sector always demands, which is criteria, by the way, that was not set by us. It's criteria that was imposed on us. But also being very realistic about who are you talking to, because there are also what you are also saying is that there are different levels of sophistication in our market. And we need to respect that and understand that and find creative ways of making sure that we address everybody's needs. Because right now, enterprise and supply development, in the main, addresses the needs of your more sophisticated entrepreneur, because they're able to speak the English and answer the questions that they should. But what about Umama who's making quotas? Because that quota business can be a franchise on its own, by the way, just because she doesn't know how to write a business plan or fill in a nice form. So those are the things that we need to be thinking about. So thank you all for your insights. And I think what you have done is to an extent surfaced some of the issues that entrepreneurs in the townships are faced with as challenges, and also suggested some solutions. Of course, you do not hold all the solutions yourselves, but I think some of the things that you are saying you're doing are very important. But how does, I mean, Bulelani, the point around regulation, it's funny because I also heard this thing of municipal bylaws also being a problem. How do you think then that an ABSIP should be going out there, bearing in mind that we actually have access, you know, luckily because we're an advocacy group, we can knock on any door. What do you think we need to be doing? Do you be calling the municipalities and saying, scrap your bylaws, or or if we do get a meeting with them, what is it that we should be saying to them in order for entrepreneurship to thrive in your municipality? This is what needs to be true. Or what role do you think an ABSIP can play in that regard?
I think for me, the first thing would be for an organization with the reach, the credibility, such as ABSIP, is to identify practitioners in the various parts of the country. Because there's amazing people out there that are not just advocating, but have got working solutions, that have got communities in various parts of the country that one could plug into. And then utilizing those as a conduit to be able to efficiently run effective programs. Doesn't matter what the programs are, whether the program is a Stockfel program, it's an empowerment program, it's a youth development program, but you know that you are maintaining consistent and long-term sustainability in being able to partner it with a homegrown solution. Because ordinarily what would happen is, from a municipal perspective, I mean, you would have, I think you go across the country, I mean, I've traveled extensively, beautiful buildings. I mean, I think in Khalishe, where you go to a community out in Kimberley called a township called Khalishe, state of the art, music studios. I've never seen anything like that.
So I mean,
and for me, but you then find the biggest challenge is there are no young people. They are not utilizing them. You know, you go into various parts of the country, there's specialized economic zones that have been set up, fully set up. The equipment that we've had to purchase in one of my businesses that have cost us crazy amounts of money, it's just sitting there gathering dust.
Yeah.
So what then says is that the municipality, I think they've gone the whole way. They can't go further.
Yeah.
That's where they need to then be working with organizations that are on the ground who then be able to facilitate not just the training, because of the fact that there would be infrastructure and equipment, they'd then be able to help the entrepreneurs facilitate economic solutions in getting the customers that they require.
Yeah.
But the need for an authentic body that would be very interested and be vested in the solutions and not just conversations becomes critical. But you see also the need for the lacks in, for instance, the bylaws becomes very critical, because I think the sort of what you're almost threatened by going out into these communities because of a lack of lawlessness is you are now threatened by people who have now gathered themselves together under thuggery, who are now saying that we are the guys who now protect this community, so any economic activity here must happen through us.
Yeah.
And that happened to us in, well, I won't mention the townships because we're still active in them for risk. But
and they could be here, and we want them to engage with us.
And I think that then for us then poses a risk. So I think number one is the conversation with the municipality, but also the conversation with the police, because one of the biggest, so we did the township, the lockdown township economic impact survey, right, 2020 in partnership with UNISA. And one of the biggest challenges that came up from the entrepreneurs, and this is a pool of over 6,000 entrepreneurs, is the rise in business crimes. You know, the independent travel agents out in Cape Town now being extorted by criminals to say that if you don't want your sort of trips and fare to be bothered, then pay us a protection fee.
Sure.
To the local doctors who are running their own surgeries in the township and the standalone businesses, suffering not just business robberies, but severe business robberies.
Yeah.
So it's then two-pronged, where you are laxing up with the policies, but also then protecting the individuals who have decided to dream.
Okay, thank you. Andile, you want to come in here?
Thank you. It's perhaps just to pick up on a point which has been constant in this panel, and I'll use your words, which were, how do we massify this thing? Of course, what we saw was terrible, but now we are where we are. There will be a rebuild of these productive assets. And the video that we started this session with was a fellow speaking, I think, for everybody to say, how is it that we, the people who live here, have got no ownership and no say in these productive assets? In many ways, these big malls in townships are the skyscrapers. They're the biggest productive asset that you have.
Yeah.
Yet, we consume into them and those funds flow out.
Yes.
Stockfels do save. 50-odd billion rand a year, Stockfel save, but for the most part, we save to consume. Gross or whatever we're doing. The opportunity that I see here, and something that we can take forward, is to say, go to those Stockfels and say, of course you must still eat. We can't stop you from consuming, you must live. But take even a small percent, even if it's 1/10 of that 50 billion, even if it's 5 billion. Then you come to Sandton and say, we have savings of 5 billion.
Yeah.
We want you to multiply it.
Yeah.
Add 20, add 30, add 40 billion, and those funds are there. Then you can say, we're taking this money to rebuild these productive assets. And what will have fundamentally changed is the ownership of Jabulani Mall, of Moponya Mall, of all of these other malls that were destroyed.
Yeah.
And once you've changed that, you have a good opportunity to now begin to change the way in which decisions around those assets are then made.
Absolutely.
Who guards them? Who performs the services? How are you employed? Who are the tenants? That, for me, is an opportunity that we can take away from this otherwise terrible incident that we've seen.
And I'm absolutely loving it. I'm sure Levo must be smiling, because we had this very conversation this week, and I said, if it is true that Stockfels on an annual basis, not cumulatively, on an annual basis, save 50 billion rand, and then in December we go and use them, and it's not to discount the importance of the use thereof, because it's only in December that we get to buy new clothes. It's only in December that we get to eat tomato sauce and mayonnaise. It's only in December that we then are also able to buy Christmas clothes. You know what I mean? And of course, they also go towards funerals and various other things that we use Stockfels for. And I said to them, imagine if we took just 1% of the 50 billion. It's 500 million rand every year. If you go to a Stockfel and say, I just want 1% for saving, they're going to think that this one is playing. Okay, 1%, it's nothing. I honestly believe that I agree with you fully. And then it becomes easy, you're right, Andile, to then come to Sandton and say, how do I leverage this 500 million rand? And then somebody will say, okay, I'll give you, for every 500 million rand you raise, I'll give you another 500, or I'll give you 2 times or 3 times. And that's how we massify it. Fully agree with you. And you know what it does? You made the point earlier about in the suburbs, I consume, and then I still have a little bit left to save. So the reality, unfortunately, is that a lot of our people in the townships will continue to labor in the roles that they labor in for historical reasons. So their income earning capacity from a labor perspective is likely to remain the same for some time to come. But you are now saying, of the 100 rand you save towards your Stockfel per month, 10 cents will go towards me now building the savings component that you have not been able to do, for the reasons that we've spoken about before. And in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, they wake up, and then their children at least are not inheriting the burden of the past, which is coming from families that do not have any kind of wealth or savings to talk about. I absolutely love what you're doing, and I agree with it. But let us now talk about, we are also in a new world. So there's the old world, there's what we used to call the lost generation. I never used to like that term because, and many of my family members were part of that lost generation where in the 70s and 80s we stopped going to school, and there's a whole group of people who are in their 50s who can still be productively utilized, and they cannot be utilized, and what we've just described now, and those are the guys in the Stockfels, and those are the guys we are saying that if we can get 1% of their savings to go towards this, then maybe their children who are maybe slightly younger than us now starting to work will have some wealth to start off with. But there's also a new generation, Rory, I want to bring you in here. We are in the world of digital technology. We've been in it for a very long time. We just didn't notice until we started making a lot of noise about 4IR 2 years ago. But we've actually been in the technological world for quite some time, at least 10, if not 15 years, right? Or even longer for that matter. And what has become very clear is that the future is technology, and in particular digital technology. And for me, it presents us with such an opportunity, because we cannot say that in 1970 white people had advantage over us and they learned digital technology, and therefore we will never catch up. This actually is one area where we can start with everybody else and actually get to the same place as they are and exceed them. That is my personal opinion. What I've also come to appreciate, by the way, is that it is not as complex as we often think it is. I have learned, for instance, that companies, I will not mention names because I don't know who competes with their data and I don't want to be kicked out of the premises. But there are international companies that offer free coding, free programming, and things like coding, you can do it in 6, 9, 12 months, depending on which program you go on to. Programming, the same thing. We now have cloud computing. I know one of the big 4 banks has just launched a program this week or last week where they're providing free training on cloud computing as well. And then I know Rory and I have actually done quite a bit of research in this space. And we know what digital technology skills are required in the economy today. And we think that there's a huge opportunity in this space, and I don't see why townships cannot be the new centers where we drive such initiatives. So, Rorisang, do you want to maybe just share with us your thoughts around how do we then skill the next generation that comes from the lost generation so that they're then able to take up the opportunities that this new digital economy is giving us?
Thanks, Polo. Maybe just some quick context. So the township is estimated to be, the township market is estimated by some to be worth 300 billion rand. 53% of that is in food, and 70% of that food activity is in finished goods. In other words, it's the last mile retail and prepared food. So in other words, the margin that we're getting is very small. And so you have to consider, if we really want to grow the township, we have to increase its size of the margin, and in which spaces is the opportunity, and certainly technology is one of those spaces. And particularly because technology is highly exportable. And if we want to grow the township economy, there's two main things that we can do. One is that we can start local and sell into local and try and build that, but the market is constrained in terms of what it can allow. Or we can export and bring the money back into the township and make sure that we grow the economy. So there's a big opportunity certainly in leveraging technology, especially because of its relatively lower infrastructural requirements. And two areas that I think, at least two areas that we can look at is, we spoke about the infrastructure gap for townships. And you can certainly retrofit a lot of infrastructure using and leveraging technology. The story in South Africa, for instance, is that we didn't have mass coverage as far as landline phones were concerned, and we leapfrogged and we went into mobile phone coverage. We didn't have to follow the trajectory, and that's what technology allows us to do. A lot of the infrastructure gaps can be filled with unique technologies. Now, it comes back to this issue that, one of the capitals that the township has a deficit of is human capital. And that is the human capital that is able to operate and think and engage at a level that is required to build the size of entities that are necessary for us to begin to fundamentally change the systemic recurrence of the poverty of the townships. And one of the biggest brain drains that happens every single morning is from the township and into our cities. All of the skills and so on, you drive into any township and you see all the cars streaming out. And after that, they stream back in with plastic bags from Checkers and so on and so on. So one of the areas that we really need to focus on is in skills development, is in making sure that our people in the township are equipped with the skills for the future. And that is where I think tech plays a very unique role, in the sense that relative to other industries, you can very quickly accelerate competence, right? So when we think of tech, we tend to think of software engineers, really complex stuff, but there's really opportunities for lower level things. I mean, in some instances, if you think about machine learning can, so they've got apps, for instance, that are able to diagnose skin cancer. But those apps have to be taught to say, this looks like skin cancer, this looks like, those are jobs. They're not the complex jobs, but they're jobs as well. So we have an opportunity as far as tech is concerned, but to unlock that opportunity as well, it is going to require us to invest, and we need to invest in a number of ways. One, we need to figure out how we get those that are not in education, employment, and training into the types of opportunities that they need to get into, and those don't need to be university. There are literally 6 months courses that can get you to an area of competence. So how do we fund that capability? Then there's opportunities as far as making sure that those that are already in the job market can upskill themselves and get to higher levels of particular competence. Then there's opportunities around how we enable the creative thinking and so on, the creative venturing and so on that is required to really build, next generation businesses that I think, as something we have to also emphasize, are competitive. They shouldn't be transacted with just because they're in the township. They should be transacted with because they really are offering competitive offerings. And that's an opportunity, that's an area where we can enable skills. But at the same time, how do we grow those businesses that are going to, like, we've got a huge skills deficit in South Africa as far as tech skills is concerned, but we don't have the capacity to we don't have sufficient capacity to grow those skills. And so there's a huge gap in the market for us to be able to increase the capacity of educating and building skills in tech. So how do we spend a lot more money in that area, making sure that we're able to expand the capacity and therefore the output and throughput? And as I conclude, I think that as a last point, it's also creating those skills not so that they go and sit and enjoy a middle management position somewhere and never go anywhere. Because the longer you stay in that position, it means that somebody who's trying to get in can't get in because you're still stuck in that position. So we have to encourage to say, we have to create this this virtuous flow of talent that moves them into areas of higher and higher productivity so that they can go create jobs, create more jobs, and then we can allow the others to come into the system. And that will also be driven by our ability to create townships to be places that are conducive so that when a person is skilled, they don't then leave and say, so it's multifactored. It requires all of us to make townships a place that attracts not just financial capital, but also human capital, so that we're not leaving them at the moment we reach a certain threshold of income, that there are places where we want to raise our families, where we want to live, and not just drive in our expensive cars over the weekend to go into a car wash.
To go and show your ex-girlfriend that
that
you made it, or the girl who said no.
The girl that said no.
The girl that said no, okay. No. I understand. And I think this is a very important point. This is not just a problem. It's not a township problem, actually. It is a countrywide problem that, in fact, we were doing some work in the mining sector where, and the other day we were talking to Butsizwe and Ngasana, and there's a growing concern that our children are dropping maths. And the schools and the parents are encouraging them to do maths literacy because it's easier to pass. Now, we already have a huge skills gap as a result of us not taking up science and mathematics and technology-related subjects at school, which will then further deepen the inequalities that Andida was talking about, by the way. So my challenge actually then to us as people from the township and I think parents of children growing up in those environments is to almost insist that our children should take up maths and science and technology no matter how hard it is and not take the easy way out, because we are never going to be able to close that inequality gap that is now, it's generational and it cannot be, we cannot continue with it into the future. And when we do that, Rorisang, that's when we are then also able to make sure that our various skills development initiatives yield the results that we need. Because, I mean, we also have to be careful not to be perpetually training people for the sake of it. We need to be training people in the right things so that they can create new spaces for other people to come in. They can create jobs, they can create and things like that. I do think that some thinking in the township needs to happen around how do we take advantage of technology today, take ownership of it and run with it, and make the townships the hubs of technological innovation. I would like to put that challenge back to the townships and for people in the township to go and think about it. But Tabile, I want us to come back to, I really love how you are approaching this supply chain thing. So what you said to us earlier is that you know, with your beautiful smile, walk into Steers or whoever and say, I'm here to buy a franchise, and then once you're in, you're like, okay, where are the black people? And then you do the work. How then do we support that? How do we make sure that more and more of these supply chains of the big franchise companies are transformed, have got women, have got black people, have got youth, are representative of the demographics of this country? What, in your opinion, do our social partners, because next week we will be talking to government, next week we'll be talking to DFIs, next week we'll be talking to corporates, because everybody, remember, claims to be doing something for the township economy, but the people in the township are saying we can't see it. So what do we specifically say to them? In order for Batabile to be able to continue to do what she needs to do, which is not just buy the franchise, but actually transform it, these are the specific interventions that need to be in place. What are those interventions?
Okay, no, thank you so much. So I will just say, firstly, with the banking sector, because as we know, there's a franchising unit in each and every bank. And if we want the real meaning of the transformation and also participation of African entrepreneurs, there should be a way that they also force it, you know, in a good way, because we are all partners, we are not fighting. So now, if you're gonna be financing each and every franchising because it's a trial and tested model, where is your responsibility as the financier to say, hold on, where is the black entrepreneurs' participation in your value chain? So now, you cannot just be taking money out as the bank and not actually holding people accountable, because you are spending money, they are going out to buy, but now each and everything from just manufacturing tables and chairs that we sit in to the packaging of the meals, you know, from the boxes to the bags to the milkshake containers to the sauces, because we've got a lot of entrepreneurs manufacturing sauces, they're manufacturing refreshments like juices, you know. So now, if you walk in and you're only seeing ABI beverages in the fridges, can't you just say, can you at least have a certain percentage that as government we are trying to achieve, but now we need partners, because remember, government is also a partner in this whole value chain. So now we cannot just having the banks giving money, but they don't hold people accountable. So for me, I will say, can they also evaluate to say how are they financing these businesses, because they at least have that relationship already with the likes of other, I won't mention the brands, but no, I'll mention Famous Brand, for instance.
Yeah.
Famous Brand, they've got a whole lot of ranges, you know. So we've seen entrepreneurs in the township manufacturing tomato sauce. We've seen them manufacturing mayonnaise. We are using those sauces at fast food franchises. So now, if the minister's saying, can we have partners assisting us? So this is the first start. We are not saying they must give us, you know, those things that it's a tender and then it's a once-off. But we want to participate in a meaningful way that it's a continuous benefit, because if as a business, especially in the first FMGs, you don't need once-off business. You need continuous business. And once you're inside, even if you don't match the spec of a certain franchise, they can now mentor you to say, this is our spec. We've seen you've started, there's a mayonnaise manufacturing from Limpopo. But now they're struggling to break into the value chain, because if they go to retail, you know, the retail space, you need to at least fund the retail space for 3 months. It takes longer for other retail companies to pay you. Now you still need to manufacture your own stock. It's a long process. But with the franchises, you don't have to supply all the franchises, you know. They can even start you in your own community to say, here's a shelf, like now with the Jimmy's brand that we have. We've seen that the brand also now manufactures their own sauces, you know, where they're just displaying them and people are buying them off the shelves. So we could have such things that with our quotas that we are selling in those franchises, now we've got other entrepreneurs manufacturing Acha. They don't only need to put those Acha in the menu as yet, if they don't meet the standard. But those Achas now can be given a space in the shelves of those businesses. So now it's a way of, you know, as entrepreneurs, we always say, these companies, they come, they mentor us. But a real mentorship is not just gathering us every month to say, now we're going to be talking. You know, we've had so many talks, but we now want these companies.
Tired of talking.
No, we are tired of talks.
Yes.
You know?
No, and that's exactly what we want to hear. But let's assume, I mean, that the banks are likely to say, hey, we've got our own problems. You know, we've got Pulu's money, and when Pulu puts a 10 rand in the bank, she wants a 10 rand bank. I don't have time to be asking about famous brands, about who's in their supply chain. What can we do on the supply side? So we, as the how do we support? Because I imagine, I don't know, I've never run an FMCG business before, but I imagine that FMCG companies will support you or will give you a chance if they believe that you can, firstly, you meet the quality requirements. Secondly, you can meet the quality and the quantity requirements that they have on time at the right price. So scale and things like that become very, very important. Do you think that we need to be talking to partners that can come and say, okay, who are people in the supply chain and how do we massify them as well? How do we make them so big that everybody wants them in the supply chain? What are those interventions in your view that, because that's what we at least can do from a supply side. I think the banks, we can have the conversation, but maybe in 10 years' time we might get somewhere. But let's talk about what can we do for those businesses that have got the capacity or the capability rather and are just lacking opportunity.
Yeah, you know, with the companies, especially as young businesses, we are not yet perfect. We will always shortfall of a certain requirement, you know. So for us is to say, can those companies now absorb us? Because here we are, we've got Stockfel with a platform that we can now come in with the People Fund and say, okay, how much is needed for these entrepreneurs as a takeoff? So it's not as if we want, you know, to come there and be given everything. We've got tools now, you know, we've got our own money. We just need that, you know, that door to be open for us. And we are taken through to say, okay, you are here, but this is what we need. Now we'll go back to say, Lebo, this is what they need. So can you come on board with the People's Fund and fund? Because remember, the model of the People's Fund, they've been funding purchase orders. But now if you get a contract, you know, needing money, they won't hesitate to fund it. But now just to get that conversation to say, give us a chance, you know, it's very, very difficult. So I think for now, as a starting point is to say, you've got a whole lot of partners in the, you know, fast-moving consumer goods, and we've got a whole lot of entrepreneurs in the manufacturing of beverages, in the manufacturing, even of clothing. You know, in a lot of retail stores, we use branded clothing. But where are they supplying those branded clothing? They don't supply it, they don't procure it in townships. They procure it with other big companies. So it's those things to say, can we just transform this in a meaningful way, not only talking?
So you want us to live here and on Monday I should go and knock at the door of SAB and Tiger Brands and Coca-Cola or whatever they call themselves these days and say Batabile wants to bring these 10 entrepreneurs. They can make sauces, they can make mayonnaise, they can do all manner of things. And maybe one of the things that then you need to be thinking about Batabile as you go back. So that's what we will go and do on Monday. We're now on Monday. What you probably need to go and do is to say to the people that you work with, how do we join forces and start looking like we're one big unit and not 10 small little players? Because that's part of the problem, isn't it? Where people see us as a small little player. So maybe let's have those conversations in the townships. And again, in the spirit of working together, because we have said that working together actually is what makes us successful as Africans.
And also, I'm glad that you're saying that, because that's what we've actually done now in our corners. We've actually come together. We've got a whole lot, over 80 products that are manufactured by, you know, small businesses that are ready to be in the market, but unfortunately, we're not giving that a chance, you know, and we've been trying to knock in different doors, from sanitary towels to, you know, dish liquid soaps and so forth. So we are ready. It's just that we've not been given the opportunity. And even the money, we're not even going to be struggling to be funded in any way. I don't want to lie. Here's the Stockfel platform. Lebu, I can bet on him. We'll send you the list.
Let's organize ourselves and also start looking serious and big. I want to give Tsepo an opportunity because we do not have much time left, and I'm aware that you and Lebu have been deprived of airtime. So this will be your comments and also your closing statement, please. I'll start with you, Tsepo, and then I'll come this way.
No, thank you, Ospolo. I think the key factors of a Stockfel: transparency, security, and convenience. And I think Stockfel covers that. But I think what my colleagues also have been covering is what was dubbed by Professor Michael Porter, 2011, called community shared value, where there are three pillars in that community shared value. You know, there's product. You know, so how do you redefine the product to address the social ills, as an example? For example, electricity power. Eskom has gone beyond load shedding to now load reduction, right? So, and that itself just messes up everything in the townships, right? I mean, even the franchise store that we put in there was no load shedding, but it was switched off, right? So how do we address that social ill as from a community shared value? What do we do? I think a good friend of mine, Luanda, talks about solar panels on top of every single roof in Soweto. and then powers that specific store or that specific community hall or specific property. And then the other pillar is productivity in the value chain. So how do you then say, okay, this is what Bathabile is touching on. This is the value chain that I have as a business. How do I massify the productivity in there through the community that we are already in? And that's the third pillar, because the third pillar says within the community that you're in, basically, right? How do you then localize it? How do you then give it the strength? How do you provide the skills, which was Rorisang touched on? So if there's a final comment is let us reconsider what is community shared value as businesses, basically, right? Not only extracting, but how do we bring that into forum, right?
Yeah.
How do we take, I think I need to touch on it. How do we say, okay, Stockfel, you've done 100 million rand. It shows that you can bring 10 rand, 1 rand, 20 rand from the ordinary street of Soweto or any other township. How do we then massify it with another 100 million rand? Knowing that you have the systems, knowing that you have the structure, you've developed the way of doing it, you have the governance already covered. The people they can see their money, they're very happy with it, they know that they're going to get their money. Yes, of course, you're making them understand the risk through the third relationship. How do we then support you as a big financier, as an example, right? And sometimes the financiers look at it and say, okay, how do we create as well, the other part is a community-owned, and I'll put it in inverted commas, bank, right? Because Soweto on its own, if it's a township, it should have its own bank, right? And then the question is that how do we then empower it? And a community bank does not necessarily need to be a bank that stands on its own. It can be sponsored by a commercial bank. One of the big fours, one of the big fives can become a sponsor of a community bank, right? Or Bidvest in this instance, since we're the chairman of Bidvest. Yeah.
Well, and Andile, you already have your marching orders on Monday, so you have to go and figure out how you support.
So those are because once you create that community bank and the People's Fund, or should I say the People's Stockfel that wasn't Stockfel has now become a CFI, how do you then, because that itself does one of the most incredible stories that I ever read that's quite simple, right? Where a community, everyone owes everyone. And a stranger outside comes in and says, okay, I'm here at the hotel and he puts $1 or 10 or 1,000 rand. But the manager that sits there realizes, hey, I owe the butchery, takes that 10,000 rand, runs and pays the butchery. The butchery says, hey, I owe someone else. And it just goes around and it's a multiplied effect. But that only happens when you have that infrastructure from a financial perspective. That's my closing comment.
So thank you. It's your closing comment, but I'm going to open your comments. One of the conversations we had, and I thought it was very powerful, and we were just talking about, oh my gosh, people in the townships now don't have bread because company supply chains have stopped getting into the townships. So people are going hungry, so bread is now 30 rand, 50 rand, whatever it was. And somebody said, but there's a guy called Boroto in Soweto, so now I'm advertising Boroto for free because he needs the advertisement, right? They said Boroto provides good bread in Soweto. Why then do we then not figure out how to make sure that Boroto can provide the whole of Soweto so that the next time Soweto is closed, we don't have a problem of lack of bread? And these are the conversations that I'm saying when Batabile, you need to be going to have, because how many Borotos are there? Right? No, honestly, how many Borotos are there and how many quarters do we eat in the township? I mean, I eat a quarter and I don't live in the township. I eat it every Friday. Then I go to sleep afterwards. But how many quarters do we eat in the township a day, which means how much bread do we need every week? And why is it that we are not, because it's not complex. He has clearly shown that he knows how to bake bread. The question is, how do you get him to a scale where he can feed the whole of Soweto? For me, I think those are the conversations. And if we cannot get him alone as the single provider of bread in Soweto, how do we aggregate the other Borotos, right? To say, okay, I'll have 10 loaves from this one, 20 from the other one, and whatever, and can feed the whole of Soweto. And for me, I think those are the types of things that we need to be thinking about, so that when the economy closes or Soweto closes, it does not need to close the thing. The reason why I wanted to reopen what you're saying, when it's around the community bank, is that it's an interesting concept. And we have seen an effort recently for a mutual bank. I don't know how it has gone. And I'm just wondering how And I'm wondering about it because we have Itala in Natal, and it's always on the brink of being closed because it's got Itala Bank, the financial services side, not the development, not the equivalent of the IDC, but the actual retail bank. It's always on the brink of being closed because it's got so many problems. In Umtata, we used to have, you should know. Yeah?
Meag Bank.
Meag Bank, yes, exactly. Which also, didn't see much light of day. Well, I think it was absorbed by ABSA or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. So there have been efforts in the past to open up those kinds of banks where people feel that they own them. So within the context of those kinds of banks actually shows it. I think VBS is an outlier. I think that was just something else. So I'm not going to use that as an example. How do you see this actually happening so that Andile knows very, very clearly on Monday exactly what his job is? Because I'm trying to help him here.
I think Andile and myself had a couple of coffees together in order to understand that, the first fundamentals of it is to make people aware, right, in terms of how money is structured, right? And I think his conversations within the living rooms of the townships help that part of the conversation to be aware. And I think how does it help in terms of system perspective is that the technology is there already, right, from a Stockfel perspective. Now the question is then, how do we then leap the technology to say, okay, how do we create more of, through the technology, more of the corporate finance institutions? Don't go too far. I think going to mutual bank is already a stream because the higher you go, the more complex the governance and the more complex the policies around it. And I think a CFI, it's an all cooperative institution, is a right place where to start and perhaps focus there only, right? And I think in having that conversation with Andile is to say, okay, right, how do we then say, people, come together, contribute 100 Rand that stays within your community from the first point of view, and then this specific bank, Bidvest Bank, says, okay, how do we then make sure that 100 Rand gets multiplied multiple times through that community? How do we set up a mini branch within that community from that perspective? Because as much as we love technology, I think people still love to have the human interaction, basically, right? So how do we create, how do we make a Stockfel, how do we make a Stockfel a branch, basically? So what are those conversations that we need to have, making Stockfel a branch, where people actually can talk to one another, make themselves more aware, basically, without necessarily building a huge branch, because we know that that's another conversation on its own. But how do we create Stockfels to become mini branches of that specific community bank that's supported by a Bidvest Bank, as an example?
Great. No, thank you. So, Andile, you have a clear sense of direction now. We thank you, Etsepo. Very quick closing remarks, Sleboho.
Yeah, from a philosophy point of view, we believe that entrepreneurship can be built by community. And it's a very important one because that's what we've been practicing. It goes back to your question asking around how do we massify these solutions, right? When you're talking to township entrepreneurs, nobody listens on an empty stomach. So let's help them to trade. And the initiatives that you already see that are operating on the ground, they've gained merit and the solutions are on the table. So for instance, a lot of the solutions around the table are underpinned by Stockfel. We came together in 2018 through the Branson's platform and said, let's start our own cooperative bank, right? And just yesterday, we announced that we've got our CFI license. And that is just people, but keep a matlipa, 100 bucks every day, right?
Yeah.
And if we're saying communities can be partners in the solutions, let's help them to think ownership, right? And in helping them to think ownership, sometimes there's this notion that because in Faga Iklipa every month that I'm going to get an investment back. Sometimes your money is actually employing somebody in your family and in your community. Yeah. And that's been our focus more than anything. I mean, in setting up our franchise in Stockfel last year during COVID, we realized that just by gathering this money, I mean, we were able to collect 2.1 million Rand from 100 people to go and buy our first franchise. And then now we launched our second franchise, which was looted in Soweto, right? One of the things that we realized, this is a community-invested store where we employed 14 people from that community, but the store was still looted. It's because we did not involve the same community in the conversation around ownership. And it speaks to dignity. If you treat me with dignity and make me feel worthy, and you include me in those dialogues, then I don't feel like an outsider. And that's what we want to go and fix next. So in corporate getting involved in this conversation, it's about, okay, you guys are trying to do this thing. You've collected R1. Can we amplify it to 100 Rand so that we scale the solution? And we understand that you guys might not see your return on investment in the next 5 years, but you're employing your cousins, your aunts, the people in the value chain. And as a result, there's peace in the land and everybody gets to eat. Thank you.
So you are saying to us you are going to continue to do more of that. You've learned the lesson that you needed to learn hard way, but a very important lesson, but which supports the notion of community.
Yeah.
What you will need to do on Monday is to send us an email and say to us, what kind of partnerships do you think are going to help you to make sure that you grow this thing, we massify this thing with you? Thank you very much. Andile, your closing remarks, please. 2 minutes, because you guys, this side had an opportunity to speak twice, so 2 minutes each. I need to close this session.
My homework has been given to me.
Yes.
What this has forced us to do in South Africa is actually to come up with a solution for a real problem that we've been skirting around. We call it the land issue. It's not about land, it's about productive assets. There are very few people in South Africa that actually own the assets that generate income. And the majority of South Africans don't. Land is just a proxy for it. Here is an instance where a lot of productive assets was destroyed by the analogy that I used, by people who had not been embraced by the system. And they burnt it just to feel it. This today is the opportunity for us to be confident, to have conversations with owners of productive assets about how do we now democratize the ownership of those productive assets. There are no more excuses. If we do not wake up from this, then we will be condemned to relive this nightmare over and over again. So yes, our homework is cut out for us. This is about democratizing the ownership of productive assets.
Thank you. Democratizing the ownership of productive assets. And we will go and unpack that further, because that's what it's going to take for us to, again, to close that inequality gap that we should never, ever be forgetful of. Buti, Bulelan?
I just think for me, whatever...
2 minutes, ne?
Yeah, sure. Whatever solutions are sort of designed for...
2 minutes is
in support of small businesses, let us develop them with the end in mind. Not necessarily just the end, but long-term economic sustainability and consistent inclusion of practitioners in this space within the development of solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And our homework from you, Bulelani, is twofold, by the way. You made very important points about the municipality and the police and their role in unlocking. But I think, for me, one of probably the more important points, which I had never really thought about, is do we actually understand the movements on the ground, and do we work with them? Are we integrated? As we solution, a lot of the time, if you are coming from Joburg, you are flown into or parachuted into a space, and you do what you think needs to be done, and you fly out again. And yet there are people on the ground who actually understand the issues better. And I do think that we need to get into that kind of network, Bulelani, and I think that's one of the questions that, or rather conversations I would like to take away, to say, how do we get closer to what is happening really on the ground? We are close to Bole, Bobatabile, but it feels like there are a layer above a certain layer that exists that is not getting the type of attention that it needs. Rory, any parting shots as well? 2 minutes, comrade.
Sure. Let me say 4, 3, and 1. 4, 3, and 1. So I think the first thing is what's our homework? What do we need to go and do? One, I think we need to create a sense of information, who's doing what where, so that we can be able to support them appropriately. 2, we need to build a size and scale of assets that can absorb all of this capital. We can want to bring in all the capital, but if there aren't assets that can absorb the capital and generate productivity out of it, it's futile. So we do need to be thinking beyond informal. As useful as informal is, we do need to be thinking beyond informal. We need governance leadership that can give us the assurance that if I put my capital in there, there are enough checks and balances to make sure that I'm not going to lose it all. And then finally, we need the skills that need to come into the township to build the scale of assets and to manage the scale of assets that are needed to transform the economy. The three things that ABSIP members need to do as homework, I think one is, you've been sent into these corporate environments to go and be a difference. Don't just assimilate. Change the risk rating models because the risk is premised on people who don't know the township and so on. So they accord high risk to townships when you know the space better. It is an indictment on us that it took a bank in Stellenbosch to establish itself way after the Big Four and to capture a corner of the market that we could have captured by rethinking their risk rating models. Secondly, drive different capital allocation decisions in the spaces that you have. A lot of just philanthropic foundations of corporates have money that they save and invest. Can a portion of that not be put into the People's Fund? The People's Fund's impairment rates, I don't know if they're public knowledge, but are super low. So the idea that anything that is not a listed asset and so on is too high risk also needs to be challenged, because there are opportunities to put money in places where it will have an impact at very, very low risk, and we need to pursue that through like purchase order financing. The one thing is I would encourage all of us to strip a bit of the sentiment out of the conversation. Ultimately, what is going to cause townships to be effective places of productivity is commercial transactions that are premised on commercial imperatives, not on us wanting to put money in because they are townships, but because there's a commercial imperative that makes sense. So let's come up with things that satisfy the commercial imperative. And I think just as connected to that, let's be kind to ourselves as well, those that are trying. We have to expect better from ourselves as black people as well. They don't go and they don't burn town because they don't own everything that is in town. But they went and they burned something that belongs to black people. At some stage, you can do as much as you can, but at some stage, we have to expect better from ourselves as well, while we engage, while we create opportunities for community partnership, because these are not expectations that are placed on white entrepreneurs. Even if they build something in the township, they are not expected to create a broad pool of black ownership. So we have to change the moral fiber of our people and ourselves as well. Thank you.
Your 2 minutes was 5, but it's fine. Wow. Thanks, Rory. Batabile, your parting shots, please. 2 minutes.
Okay, thanks, Ospolo. Yeah, so I think I've seen a lot of comments from the participants who have joined online, and I think as we move here, we've seen a lot of black entrepreneurs, how they even got affected. So now I'm just saying, let's not just be talking to say we want to support black entrepreneurs, but we don't really support black entrepreneurs. We've seen a whole lot of corporates also saying we want to pledge support, but if you go to their offices, from just walking in, everything is not bought from a small an entrepreneur, from just the decor into the offices, the tables and chairs that we are sitting in, the things that we consume in those offices. So we cannot just only Auspolo, when you get home, you want to eat quarter, but when you are in corporate offices, there's no opportunity for black businesses to be supported. Let's not wait for tenders for black businesses. We need every month bill. When you are looking to your bank statement of your company, you must be seeing, I've bought from Moloko water, I've bought from Moloko furniture. So if we can just have that meaningful.
No, I get it. No, we hear you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we did give the amount of time to this panel because we understand the issues are deep. There are many and they're important. So I must thank you all for staying for two whole hours and speaking. That's a lot of time to talk. But I think that you have really surfaced very good and important issues, but also very good ideas, actually. I feel that although this was not meant to be a solutioning session, they're very real good things that we can actually go out and start looking at how do we support them better. So thank you very much for that. I'm going to very quickly read the poll results. We had 3 poll questions for this panel. The first one, sorry, let me do this. When you get to my age, these things become a problem. The first question is, has the value chain of capital changed since the dawn of democracy? And the overwhelming answer is no. The value chain has not changed. To your point, I suppose, Batabile. So again, when we go back as ABSIP, as part of our transformation series, many of you are aware that we've been running a transformation series. We will give feedback to the financial services sector that although on their scorecard they are getting 80 to 100% of their points, the view is that the procurement has not changed. So what they think is the truth and reality are two very different things, and we need to then engage on how we change that to become reality for your ordinary South Africans. Number two, the question is the township economy high risk? And there were three questions. The 22% of people said yes, it's high risk. 24% said no, it's high risk. And then 54% said it's incorrectly perceived as high risk, and hence work needs to be done to change investors' minds. And I think that is the truth. We need to do the education around the opportunity, because the township economy it's a just Stockfels alone, 50 to 60 billion rand annual opportunity. And then the last question would be, would skyscrapers in our township economies be possible if we were more intentional in bringing together capital and community knowledge and leadership? And the overwhelming response, which is 87%, is yes, and 13% are like, no, don't worry about skyscrapers in the township. So I must thank you all very, very much. We were not meant to take a break now, but I do think that we need a 5-minute break just to breathe a little bit so that we can welcome then the next panel. But you've all been very wonderful. So on Monday, expect a call from ABSIP. Others will be asked about the banks they're helping to back, and then others, of course, will be asked about how are we creating more Borotos of this world, and various other conversations. I want to thank you all very much, and we'll meet again in about, it's 7 minutes past 1, at 1:15, if we can reconvene, please. And this time I promise to stick to time. Thank you very much. Take them off now or when you start speaking. Welcome back, everybody, and good afternoon. My panelists have already started the panel discussion before I give them permission. I don't know how to manage them. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. I just wanted to remind everybody that we should please continue to communicate about what's happening here today using the various social media handles. Our Instagram handle is ABSIP HQ. Twitter is ABSIP. Facebook is the Facebook page. You will find everything there. And then we're also live on YouTube. And you can also go to our website where you can watch the video for free if you do not have data, but you have to be a telecom customer, of course, for you to be able to benefit from that. And please remember that there's a questionnaire on our website for both entrepreneurs and people in the communities that are requiring various forms of support, as well as a part where people who want to donate, as I said, in kind, in financial form, terms, and any other terms, they're also welcome to fill in the information there. And of course, to remind you that there will be another follow-up in Imbizo next week as we now talk to the partners who we are busy making commitments on whose behalf today. I would like to welcome our next panel, our esteemed guest, my brother, my president of the Black Business Council, Sandile Zungu will be part of it, and a gentleman that I came to know very recently, but I've got a great deal of respect for, Mr. Kandani Msibi. I love what he's been able to build, and he doesn't know that I'm secretly watching him and trying to copy and paste as quickly as possible. And then, of course, Mr. Mandla Nkoma, who's the Chief Growth Officer for CGIAR, Excellence in Agronomy 2030. And then, of course, my very trusted Treasurer General from ABSIP, Mr. Kaya Sitole, will be leading this esteemed panel. Welcome all, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Polo, and good afternoon to everyone. And I suppose the one good thing about me sitting here is that I get to ask the difficult questions and watch other people sweating. So I wouldn't be surprised if by the time we're done, this jacket is taken off by the man sitting in the middle. The big questions, I suppose, are really centered around the question of what happens next. And the biggest issue that we tend to have is that people say we have far too many talk shops where everybody goes on and whispers and talks about their anecdotes and tells us about their own track record and their own history, and we're left with little in the way of coherent and cogent steps going forward. So the ultimate mission of this conversation is to really address the question of what needs to happen next. Now, of course, the bigger problem that we've always had is that the South African economy has always been ill-designed for South Africa. This economy works very well if you then say, let's cater to 10% of the audience. So earlier this week, I had a conversation about load shedding on something called, what is it, Twitter Spaces. It's a new thing. You probably don't understand it. It's a very new thing. And the question that was raised is, how did we end up with the load shedding problem? And the simple answer was that maybe we don't have a load shedding problem if you go back and then you say, create something in order to serve a particular audience and then check if it still does that. So if we had to say, leave out all the black people from the grid, can Eskom deliver? It may turn out that Eskom can deliver. And the reason that became an important talking point is that it now increasingly looks like the 1994 transition was a very good one in relation to political stability. But on everything else that needed to work in order for us to say we're moving in the right direction, we don't seem to have got it right. And the simple question is, if somebody to say, look at all the core infrastructure assets, the commanding heights of the economy, look at how they were designed historically, and then give me a simple answer of, in 1994, did you press the reset button and say, hey, we've created this in order to cater to this audience. If you now multiply the audience by 10 or 15 times, you need to put the same investment in infrastructure. And clearly, that is not something that has been done very well. And here we are talking about the township economy. And one of the questions that was raised by people is, what on earth is a township economy to begin with? Is it simply a matter of people who are economically active and just happened to have an address that says that in the township, what is it that we're talking about? And when you were listening to Rorisang earlier on talking about that migrant system that South Africa has. So South Africa has a historical labor migration system that was very clear when it came to the mining conversations of the early 1920s. But that has actually never stopped because you still see it being replicated every single day. And I suppose the best example of the South African tragedy is, of course, the Greyston Drive Bridge, in that you can stand there in the middle and observe what happens in the morning when the people from the land that has no skyscraper walk across to the place with the skyscrapers. This space with the skyscrapers is actually 57 years younger than the space without the skyscrapers. So how is Alexandra still so underdeveloped when it predated Sandton by 6 decades? That's really the crux of the problem. But we do obviously have some case studies on things that have worked in one way or another. So whether you're looking at the Maponya Mall story, which we're going to deliberate on later on, or you're looking at the 360 group, for example, and Mr. Msibi, you've managed to get this done. Clearly, it's a question of outliers. How did 360 get it right?
Well, is this a question to me?
Yes, sir.
Jesus. I thought you were going to start with the president of the BBC.
He promised me an envelope, but I didn't ask him the difficult question.
No, I think the story of 360 starts in 2008 for me, when NUMSA Investment Company was in liquidation at the Cape High Court. I was an executive, and Ivan Jim in employment, and Ivan Jim asked me to come and save the company, and I didn't know what it was, but I think I was flattered by the invitation, so I jumped. Right? I jumped and joined an organization that was in liquidation, and and I brought you to Mahlui Mazwi, who was my CFO for quite some time, and I think our strategy was back, steal and borrow. Because if I were to ask you how we actually did this, I'll really be making stories after the fact. But the reality is that we worked from 5 o'clock every day, meeting people. Because the first thing was to pull the business out of a liquidation. The PIC was liquidating, and we're able to pull it back. And we had liabilities of over R500 million, R250 million. And we negotiated with the different parties that we owed money. The biggest asset in the group was the Doves Group. It accounted for about 95% of the value. The rest of the assets were really meaningless. And the previous owners of Doves hid money in property. So there were a lot of property that we could leverage, sell it off, rebond, and pay liabilities. And for us, the break came in when we looked into this business. That Doves largely, at that time, it was largely a white female undertaker. And we were saying that one day white people will realize that that was actually a black business, and we might actually have lose customers. And we decided that we want to become a financial services group. We had 50% share in a company called Union Life, which we recently branded to 360 Life. And we wanted to buy it, and we had one major insurance company that wanted to assist us. And we went to listen to the actuarial team with our banker, with an Afrikaner banker at ABSIP who came with us. And the big insurance company was with us because they also wanted to understand this. And in the middle of the presentation, this guy whispered to us and say, don't partner with these guys, I'll fund you. Right? And that's when we got funded to buy the insurance business. They only bought a retirement fund business later on. And we wanted to get into direct healthcare because we wanted to move away from burying people, to actually keep your life, and clean your life, and from an investment point of view, but take care of you from a healthcare perspective, right? And along the way, we missed an opportunity that there's something that ABSIP needs to help us with, right? That we don't know how to talk to our brothers, right, who are in retirement funds, right? Because basically we have trillions of rands. I know we talk about 50 billion of Stockfels, but retirement funds of black people are a couple of trillion rands, at least 4 trillion rands. But we actually don't know how to leverage that money. That should be one major thing that ABSIP helps black business with, right? And we were introduced into biotech by a gentleman called Martin Makwaza, and our lives have never been the same. Right? We become major investors in biotech. Every cent in the business goes towards investment in biotech because we see biotech as one, we want to solve problems that black people have struggled with. I mean, tuberculosis. Why do we still have tuberculosis today? Malaria. Why do we still have malaria today? I mean, COVID. What is the response of South African and black business to COVID? And these are the areas that we're investing in. The group has been affected by COVID in that the insurance business was severely bit by COVID due to claims. We've had to pull back and reorganize the group. And also with the riots, we've been affected by the riots. We own a very small outfit in KZN and Goma, which was supplying a lot of independent pharmacists in KZN who have been affected by the riots, right? So we're looking at what we can do to keep that business going. But where we are now as a group, we employ now about 1,200 staff members. We're just around 1.4 billion rands in the revenue. We are in a process of retreat and moving forward. Retreat in the sense that we're going to run two separate groups that are distinct in terms of their focus. The healthcare and biotech, which I'll be involved very much in. And with the healthcare and biotech, we see ourselves as a global business, an African business with global footprint. And that's what we want to get into. We want to get into energy, into telecommunications. I've just shown the president something that we're doing in telecommunication. Because we do believe that as black business, we have to diversify and grow into sectors that are yet unknown. And funny enough, a lot of the innovations that we work with, it's ordinary young people that we go and invest in their businesses, and we're able to bring in tech into the group.
Yeah. Mr. Zungu, as the president of Black Business Council, I imagine that your wish list is to have a much larger portfolio of stories like this one, to say this is a history of a black business, this is how it intersects with different parts of the ecosystem, and yet I suspect 360 is an outlier. So how do we get to a point in time when somebody says they're talking about black businesses, I'm confused because there are so many businesses you could be referring to, I have to ask you which one you're talking about, rather than me saying, if he's saying black business, healthcare, can sort of work out who he's talking about without him having to say the name.
Well, thank you. First of all, I must thank ABSIP for inviting us to this big Indaba, and also commend MCV and 360 for the success that they are. For us to get to that stage, that utopian stage, it takes a universe of entrepreneurs being single-mindedly focused on the big prize. You know, what MCV will not tell you, but which I know because I engage with him quite a lot, and people who interact with him on social media will attest to this, that underpinning all of this is this extreme interest in restoring the pride of black people. In the earlier panel, you spoke about, someone spoke about dignity in ownership. The dignity of our people is so important that it's worth all of us digging in our own souls. What can we do for our own dignity? Once you set yourself on that big prize, you know, it's a big boy that guides you. You know, you'll have challenges like a threat of liquidation, which may befall all of us from time to time. But you'll not say, I'm just giving up. I'm abandoning all of this because it's difficult. A single-minded entrepreneur says, I know where I'm headed, and I know it's not going to be a straight line. It's going to be ups and downs. When I hit the downs, I don't give up, but I pick up my pieces and go. So when we have a critical mass of black people who are in entrepreneurship, who are in business for the right reason, then we'll have this luxury of saying, there are so many. Which one are you talking about? You cannot be talking about one person for 3 decades being in the rank of the Novo Rich or in the super rich. You could be talking about, just there are so many. You know, therefore, when the president says, we need to rebuild the township, guys. I want R1 billion from you. I want a pledge, that within 2 hours of pledging, R1 billion could be on the table. So in other words, we have to talk to a critical mass of everything that we do. I'm afraid that at the moment, there are people who are in business because they think it's easy. It's not easy. And in analyzing our challenges as a society, we have this temptation to give ourselves, and especially the politicians, a free pass out of jail. 27 years into our democracy, we are reviewing, perhaps we didn't do things correctly 27 years ago, but what have we been doing 27 years, the last 27 years? I think when you talk about the township economy, it comprises people who, in my opinion, have got a very raw deal.
Yeah.
A very raw deal. They've got the shortest end of the stick. The spatial planning has been to their disadvantage. The allocation of resources has been to their disadvantage. Even now, as we're talking about how to get the economy back on its feet, there's a very loud talk about bounce back fund. Bounce back to what? To pre-looting? Because that was not a perfect world. If you say bounce back and claw back, then you are talking about township people saying this crisis has been put to good use for the benefit. But going back to your issue, human capital needs to be stretched. Those who can think, in the earlier panel again, I was privileged to listen to it. They spoke about the lack of human capital, a critical mass of thought leaders, and a critical mass of doers. Yes, there's a bulk of consumers. Everyone is interested. I want to supply them with bread. I want to put up a shopping center closer to where they live, which is, of course, a good thing, because then people don't have to travel to town and waste money on taxes or commuter modes of transport. But the fact is that everyone who is thinking about the township economy and the solution thereof is thinking about how can I bring consumption, products and services to these people. It's not about wealth creation. So the critical issue really is human capital and having the right people leading the charge rather than people who will kowtow. Because big business now is saying law and order, lock up those who are criminals and let's get back to business. But hey, history will repeat itself, because if the rebuilding and the bouncing back is still going to be based on exclusion, it's only a matter of time before we have even bigger, and from a looting perspective, better looting.
Sure. Sounds bad when you say better looting. Mr. Gomo, I'd like to bring into the conversation now, joining us all the way from Nairobi. At the Consultative Group for International Agricultural Research, I assume that is probably the one entity where a lot of South Africans should be taking a keen interest into the work that gets done there. And I think in the previous panel, we actually even heard about how the South African focus has been on the last mile. So a lot of us, even when we say we're buying things, we're buying the processed foods. We're not participating in the origins of the value chain. And of course, that simply escalates the cost of acquiring goods and services to the detriment of us. What type of work have you done in your recent history that is actually aimed at tackling those type of challenges?
Yeah, thanks a lot, Stole. And it's really a privilege and an honor to be sharing the panel with Umsivi and Uzungu and discussing something which I think is an issue that we cannot avoid anymore. I think it is Frantz Fanon who says that every generation, must out of relative obscurity, discover its mission, fulfill it or betray it. And I think the question that's facing us is, as South Africans, what is our mission? Are we going to fulfill it, or are we going to betray it? And a lot of it really starts about how intentional we are going to be in responding to the challenges, which I think are so clear, are so obvious and evident in front of us. In 1913, there was intentionality by a certain generation. They were very clear that they needed to redesign this economy in such a way that it created a class of consumers, a class of laborers who would then be the source of wealth for that generation. It was only 94 that were able to bring about change to that. So my first submission today is that economies don't just make themselves. Economies are designed. And we need to ask at this juncture, how do we redesign this economy to make sure that what we saw the last 2 weeks does not happen again? My own view, being a person who's been in agriculture for all of my working life, honestly believes that it starts with connecting, that which was disconnected in 1913 needs to be reconnected, which is our ability as Black people to be connected to the production, processing, and consumption of food, not only as consumers, but as participants along that entire chain. Because the township economy itself is not an island. The township economy is connected to the greater economy. If you look at the statistics, we consume as South Africans 350 billion rand of agricultural commodities. And if you look at the population stats, you can surmise that the bulk of that consumption is made by people like you and me. But guess what? The production and processing is not in our hands. So we cannot begin a conversation, in my view, about transforming the township economy if we do not transform the rest of the economy. And in particular, I would like to submit that food and agriculture is one of those areas where we need to transform. But what has been happening, Stolle? What's been happening is that we've got a litany of failures of Black agriculture trying to get back into the equation. And do you know why? Because the ecosystem that Ororisang spoke about is not geared to help us to succeed. It's not geared to produce skills. It's not geared to give opportunities for new businesses starting. It's not geared to encourage participation in the sector in anything beyond consumption. So I believe that what we saw people going into shops, carrying carcasses of pigs, carcasses of cows and stuff, is really emblematic of that disconnect that I'm talking about. And that's something that we need to fix.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Msibi, that essence of the disconnect, I'm reminded of a story of another panel that I participated in, where we're being asked to deliberate on the question of the impact of the modernization of the township economy. Now, that modernization was framed from the concept of there are now shopping centers in the township, so therefore things must be getting better. And having reflected on that, I then came up with this sort of distinction to say there is perhaps a point to be made about how you can bring capitalism into rural and township economies versus capacitating rural and township citizens. And the primary distinction is very clear for me. If I am in Soweto and my name is Richard Maponya and I discover that people need milk and that becomes the genesis of my business, delivering milk across the township, that is something that I start with. 100 years later, if I then say there is a shopping center where essentially a company like Pick n Pay or Woolies has actually done everything from start to finish, I see a displacement of the entrepreneur that used to exist 100 years ago, the entrepreneur that existed 10 years ago, who was at least doing something in his capacity as a township entrepreneur. And that particular displacement is as a direct result of us saying, let us take the big capital onto the township without looking at the other consequences. Alternatively, if we came back and then we say, wait, hold on, why is it that those 3 or 5 or 7 entrepreneurs are not able to deliver milk at 1 rand a carton? Well, it turns out that they're all negotiating individually. So they're missing one element, which is simply economies of scale. So in capacitating the local economy, I'm much more interested in saying, How do I then get the 7 of them to talk together so that the unit cost that they have to deliver to me is much less? It's competitive to Pick n Pay, so that Pick n Pay doesn't see this as an opening for them to come to the township. How did we get it so wrong?
Yeah, I think, Jobo, we got it wrong simply because the mushrooming of shopping centers in the townships was not our design. Right? To start with, shopping centers as an idea, it's an entrepreneurial activity, but that was meant to solve the problem of established white business when it all started. Right? So it was aggregating the resellers of goods and creating a single center for consumers to come in and purchase the goods that have been manufactured or being distributed or by white business. Right? Now, that model is transposed into townships as it is. Right? In other words, it's not like someone said, we're going to do the same thing in the township, whereby we're going to aggregate the resellers into one place. Right? It is the white suburban resellers who are actually active in the township. So that then means that the township operators, right, who were supplying some goods have actually been disintermediated from their market. The market has been taken away from them. So I think for us as black people, we have a problem of thinking that business is about friendship, right? It's friendship when you're partners, right? But when you are a competitor, and if you're selling the same stuff that I'm selling, we're not friends, right? That's literally how the whole idea of competition comes in. Right? That competitors may cooperate, but competitors are out there to take each other out, right? And black business has been defeated in townships through shopping malls. It was a strategy of making sure that they don't progress. And that may not have necessarily been the primary idea, but it was just entrepreneurs from other communities coming in and taking the market away. So the market is gone to a large extent. And for us to make a comeback, we're going to need to come up with disruptive ways, because the shopping center disrupted a local business to a large extent. Right? The corner cafe has never come back, and it's not going to come back. And if we're going to be able to make a serious comeback, we're going to have to look at the weakness in the system and attack the system, because business is about attacking competitors, getting to market, and taking a market share away from them. Right? Now that's done through a number of interventions. One is that if you look at how white business has operated, it has written the laws through which we're competing. Right? They are the ones who are funding the big law firms, right? And the big law firms are writing laws that are making sure that we operate in an environment that we don't have the skills to operate in. Right? And they always move the bar forward, to ensure that the operators maintain a competitive advantage. You look at the regulation in sort of all regulations. We are regulated in the group by the FSCA, by Financial Conduct Authority, the Prudential Authority, the Council for Medical Scheme, right? But all of these regulations were not written by us. Right? You look at the Medical Schemes Act, right? We are the only black administrator in the industry, right? We don't like that position, and that is why we're critical of the regulation that are actually maintaining that, because the regulation says if you want to start an administration business, you must have been appointed by a medical scheme. But the same regulation says to the medical scheme, you may not appoint someone who's not accredited. So which means that no one can ever enter that industry. Whoever is out is closed out. And that's the power of regulation. And then secondly, it's a power of associations. Right? We're new with the BBC and ABSIP. We still don't understand econo-political power, right? How it actually works. And we don't have a strong collaboration with one another. in relation to, you've just mentioned the milk production, that white farmers have co-ops, and they started off with co-ops, and individual farmers send their milk to a central co-op. We don't have those kinds of formal cooperations amongst ourselves. And I mean, your president was talking about Refillable Roto, his business in Soweto, right? And we know he makes bread, but there isn't a sufficient critical mass of black bread makers that can warrant a mill that is processing flour in order to supply to them. So there's we lack the disconnectedness, right, that actually creates economic power. Economic power will never come from individual activities. It's us cooperating with one another, and it's us understanding the rules of the game, right? Because if the rules are structured such that you lose, you're going to lose, because that's how it works. I mean, Bulelani was talking about how the council comes into the township and say, close your car wash here, because the bylaws don't allow you to have a car wash. Who made the bylaws? Those bylaws? Right? What, did that person think that the neighborhood will need a car wash? Right? So all of those activities of regulation and the cooperation amongst ourselves, we are either going to rise or fall at that point. We don't want to rise and fall at the exceptionalism of Msibi or Dlamini. I mean, that's being an outlier is a danger, in a sense that when you're in trouble, where do you go? Right? We need, I mean, my greatest business hero is Kehla Mthembu, right? Because Kehla declared the Kola War, right? And he didn't lose for any other reason except that he didn't have support. Right? Kehla's business had the greatest brand, the greatest marketing program, the greatest product, and the new distribution, the new manufacturing. All of these things that we say are necessary for business. But he struggled at cash flow, where because the business is new, the pipeline is long, the debtors book is growing. No bank was there to back him up. But if we had a black bank, he would have been backed up. Why is the Steenhoff coming back? Because Steenhoff is backed by the established wise institutions. Why is the EOH coming back? It's coming back because it has been backed. Right? So we don't have that the kind of cooperation and the kind of institutions that will actually nurture us and protect us, because you need nurturing and you need protection, because I mean, a business goes through ups and downs, and at times you do need some cash flow. I mean, you do need some overdraft in order to get over a difficult period, or even a big tender. I mean, some businesses have been killed by growth, that you're growing so fast, but you have no support, and as a result, you have a cash flow strain, and you can't pay salaries, and then the destruction begin to snowball, and never come back, whereas the business was good.
Yeah. Mr. Zungu, I want you to also reflect on that, but I also want to tell you a short story that it wasn't until November 2015 that the Competition Commission wakes up and says, wait, hold on, the grocery industry is a very important one. It so intersectionally affects everything. Let us look at the practices that are there. And they then eventually issue their report. And one of the things that emerged from the report was just the prevalence and the persistence of anti-competitive conduct within that sector. And I think the issue of anchor tenants and the exclusivity leases that they were signing, which would mean that I can put up a shopping center, and as soon as my anchor tenant says that we are the ones that are going to sell potatoes, anyone else who tries to sell potatoes in that shopping center can be shut down overnight. So this issue where Mr. Msibi talks about regulation and the rules having to be written to be responsive to the economy that we're trying to create, I don't think that we've got there, because until the competition put that report together, people didn't understand just how big this problem was. But that's not where it fell apart for me. It falls apart at the point in time where the Competition Commission says, here's the report, but we actually can't force people to change their behavior. So we actually have to rely on the benevolence of the big grocery chains to say, yes, we agree that we are no longer going to sign this exclusivity thing. Surely a country that's trying to address this historical problem of exclusion and all these rules written by people that clearly had a different intention, that is where institutions like the BBC and ABSIP should be championing that, covering, reducing that regulatory gap, because until that happens, again, Mr. Msibi will be the only black person that we speak about when we say we're looking at big business.
I think that's a very important example that you've made, which basically exposes the potency of an instrument called Competition Commission in addressing the anomalies and the structural impediments to the liberation of black people in general, as well as small enterprises specifically. You spoke about the retail sector and how it was taken as a given. It was normal that if you want your shopping center to have footprint, you must give a retailer, food retailer, or a clothing retailer Y that exclusivity, that there will be no competition of theirs within that shopping center. Once you've got that, what does it do? It affords the consumers convenience. And when they come into the shopping center, then the telecom, the shoe repairers, the key cutters, and the rest will feed off that. The boutique shops will feed the restaurants and all that. So they have this dominance. So they call the shots. So no, I'm not moving there as Woolworths until you've given me this.
Get rid of Zungu.
Get rid of Zungu, make it impossible for Zungu to come on board, but also give me these favorable terms, which makes sure that even if Zungu sets up 100 meters down the line next to the taxi rank, without these privileges of low rentals, he will not compete with me, But it doesn't end there. If you look at the auto sector as well, the Competition Commission has been bold in saying, who says it's normal that once I've paid R1 million to buy a German sedan, that I must actually come back to this German sedan dealership to actually repair my car? Why don't I have the choice to say I want to have this thing repaired somewhere else? If an exhaust pipe is broken for whatever reason, I must then be forced to come back here. What if I choose to go somewhere else? Who may have OEM parts in any case? So the Competition Commission is beginning to challenge this thing. It's beginning to be used as an instrument for fostering greater competition in the economy. It's wonderful. But then where the biggest problem is, why they say we cannot force the people to, if the legislators were aligned, it will be, it will have reports that can be having the force of implementation. But then what happens? Makes all these recommendations with a lot of fanfare. Those who feel aggrieved, they go to the politicians. They go to the high officers in the land to go and lobby and advocate that it's going to be dangerous, it's going to disappoint investors, it's going to chase away investments. This great piece of anti-competitive behavior, corrosive behavior by a Competition Commission or tribunal must not see the light of the day. And indeed, because they've got a lot of sway, they have it their way. So if you look at those two examples that I've cited, you'll therefore see that our capacity to change the economic structure is limited by what I'll call cowardice among those who have got political power to change things.
Yeah.
When you say investors will be discouraged, they run for cover. I'm not saying that the investors must be discouraged, no. But sometimes it's a scarecrow that needs to be just interrogated just a little bit better. Just a recent example. Now, someone wants to buy Burger King. Burger King, which had a direct ownership in excess of 50%, black people. And this fund wants to buy 100%, and they are clear. We don't want empowerment. We just want to do it. The temptation of payback or pay out by black investors, they think it trumps all other considerations. They don't feel that they need to have direct empowerment. On second thought, and I'm told they were actually persuaded by the Competition Commission to consider, they said, they showed them the middle finger. They went on, said, look now, you will rule in our favor. Why? Because we are bringing money that is sought by the economy. And the beneficiaries will be black investors who are getting their money out. And when the Competition Commission said, no, you'll not have it your way, we've got laws here, the first people who will issue bold statements, hitting hard the Competition Commission for being anti-investment, hitting hard at Competition Commission for not, being progressive and, catering for the interests of black investors, were the black people themselves. And of course, they had people who were, but if you read the letters, some of them were I suppose, written somewhere else, but without black people attaching signatures and becoming the faces of this, fight back. So in other words, we don't have that single-mindedness to say, guys, the price for transformation is big. It's about us as black people regaining our dignity. The path thereof is not going to be linear. It's going to be ups and downs. Somewhere along the way, there will be contradictions. But let's not be bought so easily. And to lose sight of the real issue. The real issue is being transformation. Transformation is not going to be easy. No one said it's going to be easy. Some will become enemies, number one, of those who feel you are standing in the way. Yeah. So for me, really is, we need to appreciate that the township economy requires the single-mindedness of everyone concerned. You cannot say, I'm going to set up a shopping center and everyone's going to love this shopping center. Why? Because it brings convenience. I'm going to clean up the streets around the shopping center. Why? Because I want people to be focused on the shopping center. I don't want hawkers, and I want the aesthetics towards the shopping center to be appealing to world class. Why? Because I want to make sure that people can drive in, park nicely, come and spend their money. Why do I love this consumer so much that they must be so conveniently catered for? They must have the aesthetics, streets lined up in gold to come and spend their money. It's because I want their money. But 5 kilometers away from this shopping center, I don't care whether they're squatter settlements. I don't care whether the people are building shabby structures behind Forum House. I don't care. So in other words, the bylaws don't apply there because they don't
interfere with my business model.
Exactly, they don't interfere with business model. So you see, this idea of bylaws, again, we're failing ourselves. That's why I said we must not give our politicians a free get out of jail pass, because the bylaws, the councils, whether it's ekurhuleni, if you talk about Tembisa, or eThekwini, if you talk about Umlazi, or Johannesburg, if you talk about Soweto, are largely dominated by black people. The ruling party in most of these constitutes a majority. And working with other like-minded minority parties, whether it's EFF or whoever, they can, in any case, align and say, look, we're driving this agenda. So in other words, the black people's economic interests in townships have been sacrificed in the altar of convenience.
Yeah.
Yet, if you go to New Delhi, you actually will see Indians sharing the streets with cows, cars without side mirrors, but the commerce around there is thriving. And yet, progressively, India is becoming an economy that all global economies are saying, watch out for India. And the issue of aesthetics and convenience remains important to them. It must remain important to us, but let's decide, what is it that is important? Is it for our townships as you enter them to look beautiful? I can have a braai here with my European friends.
Yeah.
Or you want those ecosystems to be serving the interests of people who have chosen to live there or who are confined to living there. I think it must be the latter.
It should, it should. Mr. Gomo, I'd like to bring you back here, and I suppose we do have to make peace with the fact that we do have significant skills problems in South Africa. Earlier on, I think Rory Sang spoke about the human capital deficit that exists, and we know that there is indeed a human capital deficit in township communities for a multiple number of reasons. And when we do obviously have to make peace with the fact that we clearly haven't got the education system right, it becomes equally important for us to be able to tap into those sectors which still have the capacity to absorb people even if they don't have those tertiary skills. And the tourism industry and the agriculture industry, for example, are where one might be looking. And I'm already thinking here that when we talk about government, and policymakers sort of selling us short, you think that as far back as 2003 in the Maputo Declaration, there was a very explicit commitment to say agriculture is an important thing in sub-Saharan Africa. Agriculture has got the capacity to roll out mass employment programs. So therefore, let us ensure that we are spending at least 10% of our national budgets in improving our agriculture ecosystem. And yet in South Africa today, if you ask anyone who's in charge of tracking those numbers, they can't even tell you. The best they can come up with is to say, let's hire some consultants to tell us exactly where we're spending our money. How do we keep getting it so wrong?
Yeah, look, I think you raise an important point, but let me start by saying that I'm of the firm view that the idea that we've got a skills challenge, we also need to be careful that we don't overplay it to a point of paralyzing ourselves. I firmly believe that if in my interactions with young people, regardless of what level of education they've got, as long as they've got hope, as long as they believe that there is a contribution they can make, I believe that they can be skilled in anything that we feel is important for our economy. But I think, like Uzungu has just eloquently shared, the biggest challenge that we have is that when it comes to how our policymakers behave, someone said it this way, that when they are campaigning, they campaign in poetry, and then when they implement in prose. And what that essentially means is that the language is flowery at campaign time, but when it's coming to implementation, it's a little bit labored, there's a lot more punctuation marks and so forth. And therefore, maybe the answer then, Stole, might not be in what the politicians do. I think the answer might be in communities. And I think the question that we need to ask ourselves is to say, why are we giving up our agency to political or elected representatives when actually in our communities, whether it's Soweto, Umlazi, Ndanzane, or whatever, we actually have agency. And it goes back to the point raised in the earlier panel around leadership, to say leadership need not be someone who appears on a poster during election time. Leadership can be driven by communities. There's a really fascinating book that I've been reading recently, which I'd like to share a couple of aspects from, which talks about the need to democratize the economy. It's called The Making of a Democratic Economy. And what they identify are 7 principles that I think is where we've been getting it wrong. Number 1 is community. We need to rediscover the community in community. Community can't just be because we live within a certain GPS coordinate. Community is about the interactions that we have with each other and how we organize those interactions to serve our own needs. The second point that I think is important that they raise is the issue of inclusion. That, we've got a nice expression that says South Africa belongs to all who live in it. Do we really Are we really that inclusive in our townships or in the communities that we are trying to transform? The third one is place, and it's really about keeping wealth local. If we don't act using our agency to keep wealth locally and keep on sending our hard-earned income to other communities, we have no one else to blame. The fourth thing that they talk about is good work, and they describe it as putting labor before capital. How do you ensure that the commodification of labor, is done away with? Because ultimately, that's one of the things that I think is getting us to where we are. The next thing is about democratized ownership. And that's why I absolutely love what the earlier panel was talking about, describing, the different Stockfel models that are coming up. When you really think about it, this economy, the wealth it generates is really generated by us, but we are not owners. And because we have not created systems for democratizing the ownership of the economy. Then I think something close to ABSIP, as I close, is the issue of ethical finance. ABSIP probably, if you add up all your membership as ABSIP, you guys control a couple of trillion rand worth of capital, right? But the question I would like to ask is, are we making capital allocation decisions with transformation in mind, as we are discussing eloquently on the panels today? And then lastly, it's about sustainability. We have to be laying foundations, like Upulu said, for the next generation to make sure that they're having a better start than the one that our generation had. So all I'm saying is that we've not simply been intentional enough, we've not been disciplined enough to actually get this economy by its horns, to use an agricultural term as a cattleman, and turn it around. And I think that's what needs to happen, Stoff.
No, thank you very much. Mr. Msibi, I suppose one of the big elephants in the room is this idea of how capital is currently allocated. And I think when we were listening to, I think it was Rory earlier on, was speaking about the fact that, when people make investment decisions, they'll tell you about the risk profile of township economies, and then you may come with a brilliant idea, and you say it's going to be in Soweto. I come with a brilliant idea, equally brilliant, and I say it's going to be in Sandhurst, and both of us emerge from our respective conversations with completely different investment decisions. And of course, that is probably still a consequence of a larger ecosystem, which is something that was also mentioned earlier on, in that this migration, this exit of human capital from township environments, for example, isn't helping, because in one case I had to try and explain to a group of insurance students why insurance premiums are much more expensive in townships than they are in the suburbs. It's a difficult thing, but the reality here is that people apply these parameters and then they say, no, actually, if you're there, then this is the answer. So who then gets to take the responsibility of saying, the reason we have that risk premium attached to the township is that whenever somebody who is low risk premium, for example, whenever they make it in life, they leave the township, for example, which means you're having a concentration of risk in one sector of society. And of course, it's a system that replicates itself. And when people make funding decisions and they apply the same matrix, then we're actually simply perpetuating it. In fact, you will then discover that if you come and you want to present the same business model that you said was going to be in Soweto, if you want to put that business model together again, change your address and say you're in Sandhurst, and then you get a different answer. Clearly, that's not tenable, because not everybody can ever move to Sandhurst. We need to be able to do something about the risk premium that traditional financing models say exists in the township. How do we fix that?
Yeah, Manzini runs a football team, Amazon. You can just imagine if every year he has to lose his top players, whether he'll ever win the league, right? Or even be in the top 5. It never happens.
Say top 2. He finishes second.
Yeah. Well done. For first year. So, and that's where the township is beat. In that all of us, we've left townships for various reasons, crime and proximity to resources and so forth. Which then says that the township is like the soccer team that always loses its best players and always loses its coach every year. Right? And therefore, it's unlikely going to win. So we need a different approach, because we can't continue to do what you've always done and thinking that we're going to get different results. But Unkomo mentioned this thing of democratization and inclusion, which, and without belaboring the point about regulation, the South African economy is the most regulated in the whole continent. Right? If you want to start an insurance company, you have a number of hoops to jump. It's done in such a way that a Stockfel cannot become an insurance company. Right? I mean, they tried with a micro insurance, but the regulations are still such that ordinary people cannot comply with the regulations that they put in there. If you want to start a bank, you need a R250 million, even if your clients have 1 million rands, right, as assets, or rather the banking transaction that you're doing. You need a R250 million. Those are the rules that are there. Telecommunications, you need to buy spectrum, billions of rands. Energy. So we don't have a free economy, right? And some of the exclusions may not be regulatory, but they may just be the extent to which infrastructure has moved. We don't have land, so when you're going to plant in order to supply Boroto with flour, you don't have that. So we've been excluded by regulation. Some of the regulation is new. It's created by our own politicians, right? And we're also excluded by the fact of history that the world has moved so far that if you want to supply Boroto with flour, if you happen to be lucky to have a farm and supply Boroto with flour, you're not going to have enough of the clients that will actually buy from you, such that your mill can run 24/7 and give you those economies of scale that will make you profitable. So we sit here almost as a captured people, perfectly captured, right? Some of us have escaped. Some of our best brains who should be running businesses are actually employees, right? Because even the education system is tunneling us towards being an employee. I mean, someone's going to go do an MBA and come with it a cum laude, but still be an employee with all that knowledge, right? Because culturally, we've been modeled to follow the path of serving someone, right? And I think we've come to a point where we're even defending that. You try to debate entrepreneurship on Twitter, the first you get is not all of us can be entrepreneurs. But who said all of us must be entrepreneurs, right? But we're having a situation where year in, year out, we have hundreds of thousands of graduates that we are bringing into the job market, right? But there are no jobs. We know by now that there are no jobs. We have 10 million unemployed people, and we're bringing 1 million between the school leavers and the graduates, and then add immigration. We now have 1 million people coming to the job market of South Africa that is not creating jobs. But we socialize to become employees. We're all looking for jobs. People tell you that we can, if you want jobs, we can help you. We can help you fix your CV so that it becomes attractive. To who? So we're at a point where we need to understand our situation, that we're beat, right? And then when we are beat, don't use strategies that are non-disruptive. We have to disrupt this whole thing, right? I mean, Uber disrupted the restriction of licensing for taxis. That was a disruption. They managed to come in. And WhatsApp has been able to pierce through the telco regulation, whereby they don't have a CASA license, but they're playing here. And a lot of our streaming services have been able to pierce through the regulation and are participating and making money in the South African economy. We need to think about disruptive strategies, right? Because we have to pierce through regulation, we have to pierce through structural limitations that are placed on us, right? In order to actually play in the economy. Otherwise, we're going to remain excluded from the economy.
Yeah. Mr. Zungu, at the end of the day, we will reflect on today and say We spoke about township businesses, we spoke about the state of the township economy, and we identified that there's clearly an investment gap, amongst other things, that exists there, in that if we're going to talk about reviving even the businesses that existed before the pandemic and before the looting, money has to be made available. If we're then going to start about clawing back much more of the value chain, as you mentioned earlier on, money has to be made available. So we really need to start finding long-term sustainable investments in the township economy. I personally do not know of any champion or any institution that says we are the people that you must come to. We understand the risk profile of township-based businesses. We understand we have a risk appetite that says we will give you an opportunity, because at the end of the day, I suppose, one of the bigger problems is that you and I, Mr. Msibi, know very well that in the world of entrepreneurship, it's literally a question of the 1%ers that succeed. However, you can only get that 1 out of 100 that succeeds if you gamble on the 100. And in South Africa, it seems to be, no, we're not going to gamble on 10 to begin with because it's just not attractive.
Yeah.
So in the absence of us putting that gamble out there on 100 in order to get the one that emerges and becomes 360, we're on the road to nowhere.
Yeah, I think it's a very important issue. Where do we go from here? That's a very good question. Where to from here? Chaos or community? I think if we're to rebuild the township economy, I think first of all, for me, it will take us as black people who are products of the township, who believe in the township, putting where our spoons where our mouths are.
Yeah.
Before we can say to the PAC, allocate so much of your capital towards township economy, before we can call on the banks into the Financial Services Charter to do justice to their commitments and allocate so much of the capital towards township, before we call on life assurers to deploy so much of their long-term capital towards the infrastructure in the township, people are going to ask a question. Sandile Zungu, you are reputed to be worth X. How much of your capital is in the township?
Yeah.
So how much of your capital is actually in the township? I think it's a very good question. And I think it's a reasonable question to ask. You know, before we say 360, you are developing a business model based on the township market. And you have gone to long-term investors to back this model. They must ask the question, Msibi, how much of your own private wealth is deployed here? And you must be able to answer that question with pride.
Yeah.
And I think it's a reasonable start. It will not move the needle, but from an optics point of view, it's going to go a long way. When we say, for example, among black billionaires, invite them, call on them. So look, can you at least ensure that 5% of your wealth is deployed in the township economy? It must be visible. Maponya has got Maponya Mall. People defended it. Mike Nkuna has deployed his capital in the township. Sadly, his shopping centers were affected. It's very sad. It's tragic.
Yeah.
But I must be able to say this network of black people who are loud-mouthed, who are talking so much, is because they've got so much of their capital invested here. And if they really believe that there's money to be made there, they will make money. It's not charity, but it's to enable.
Yeah.
So for me, that's where it starts. And number two, to then be able to hit hard on development finance institutions that are owned by government, the DPSAs of this world. So it's DPSA, before you get so excited about deploying your money in DRC, yes, of course, it must be deployed in DRC. In terms of our intercontinental free trade agreement, there are certain commitments that we have to make towards making that possible. But how much of your capital is backing 360, is backing Zico to roll out fiber?
Yeah.
If we're going to use technology as a disruption instrument, there must be, call it enabling infrastructure for that purpose. Yeah. You know, so you deploy that capital from DFIs, but entrepreneurs, black entrepreneurs, have led from the front. Capital is available among banks. They've been given a free passage. Why? Because most of that money is lazily, I must say lazily, given to parastatals. Why? Because they're backed by treasury. It's easy money to be made. But if you say, how much of your money is really deployed in the real economy, where there's a risk, but there's a reward, and where that money becomes a leveraging enabler for townships to really become economies. So I think for me, black entrepreneurs must put their spoons where their mouths are. And must declare for the world to see that actually we're deploying our monies in the economies, in the township, whether umlazi or what Tembisa or Mdantsane or Kukuletu or wherever. You know, where we come from, say, look, my money is deployed there.
Yeah, Piri Mapetla Zolemding, as one band famously said, and I suppose this probably becomes a very important departure point, because we now know that next week we will actually have a conversation specifically focusing on the institutions that are financing infrastructure in different parts of the ecosystem, whether it's the IDC or even the DBSA, as you mentioned. That is a follow-up conversation, and I think it's obviously important for us to say we've had a reflection. People have spoken about the state of township economies and township businesses, and this is clearly the investment gap that exists, amongst other things. We now need to know whether any of your resources are being deployed there, because if it then turns out that after next week's conversation we discover that none of our development financing institutions are actually investing in the township economy, we have to ask a difficult question of who exactly it is that they're financing and how developmental is their mandate. So that will be essentially the conversation of next week. Unfortunately, we are out of time for today, and I'd like to say thank you very much to my three esteemed panelists, Mr. Mandla Nkomo joining us all the way from Nairobi, Mr. Kandani Msibi, and Mr. Sandile Zungu, the President of the Black Business Council. What have we achieved today? Well, we've been able to have frank and occasionally uncomfortable conversations about where we've ended up. And I'd like to take from your words, Mr. Zungu, in that if we as black people aren't willing to invest, and if we as black people are participating in this exile away from these townships, it becomes a question of anecdotal reviews rather than us actively participating in fixing it. And as it turns out, if we don't fix it, no one else can. Thank you. Thank you. President, over to you.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your input. And again, Sandile, I would like to thank you for challenging black business, to say put your, what did you call it, your spoon where your mouth is. Because we are not seen to be doing enough of that, by the way. And that's why we are all complicit in where the townships are today. And I think it was a very important point to make. And I think as ABSIP, this is a conversation that we need to continue having, where we challenge ourselves and we challenge our counterparts, even in other sectors, to say, what really are we doing? Are we putting our money where our mouths are? Are we doing what we are saying we expect the rest of the economy to be doing? So that's a very important conversation. And I think, Dr. Msibi, one of the very first comments you made, which for me is so fundamental, it's cold up there, right? It's cold up there, that's one. And I think too, it's not something to aspire to be the only one. It's actually, again, testimony to the fact that we are not working as a collective. We're not going back to our traditional African systems of working successfully and pulling each other as we grow. And I'm not saying that you didn't pull each other, others as you're growing, but I'm saying that we should all then be knocking at your door and saying, how did you do it? Because we want to get to where you are, so that there's 2 of us tomorrow, there's 5 of us the other day. So on Monday, my job is to come and knock at your door, okay? To say how do we get there? Because we again need to see more faces. Kaya is correct in saying it cannot be that it is easy for me to think, oh, a big financial services player that is black, 360. We have to all be confused, or could it be this one, could it be the other one? That's when we're going to really say that we are transformed as a people, or rather we are wealthy as a people, because we are still poor as a people. There are, outliers amongst us who've created wealth, but there's this saying about what do they call it? You can't be an island of prosperity in a sea of poverty, because the sea will swallow you ultimately. Yeah, so I think you made very, very important points. And the one thing that, and I'm glad, Kaya, you spent so much time talking about it, the issue of regulation and the role of regulators and the power they have and the leverage that they have, I think it is something that always beats us. Because you are right, Butsandile, we don't understand. Half of the time we get into battles and we actually don't understand what the rules of the game are. And that's why we fail. That's why AfriForum always wins, because they spend the time, they make the investment, they hire the right people to do the research, to educate themselves. And I think that's something that I think I must challenge us as Black professional organizations, collectively, to say, we run these organizations, but do we build the capacity? I can tell you now that ABSIP does not have the capacity. And I suspect very strongly that we are one of very many Black associations that do not give enough respect and attention to building the right kind of capacity, research, lawyers, all those other things, so that when we have these conversations and we say this is what we're going to fight for, we then also back it up with resources to actually execute on that. And we don't do that. And I think that we are all guilty of. And I think it is something that we need to also be working very hard on. But I must thank you for your time. It has been a very long day, and I really must also thank everyone for indulging us. The conversations were important, and we also didn't want to have, we didn't want to have, how do I put it? We didn't want to just have discuss issues on the surface. We wanted to get deep into them. So unfortunately, it meant that we spent more time, and we must apologize for that. But we thank everybody who has joined us on Zoom. We thank everybody who joined us on YouTube. We thank everybody who joined us. I know that there was a free link on the ABSIP website as well. Everybody who's been tweeting throughout the day, we are very, very thankful. We must really, really thank Data. I literally called them on Monday afternoon, and Mr. Manalisa Mavuso was not answering my phone, and I was like, hey, maybe I've been asking for too many things from this man, he's avoiding me. And he called me back on Tuesday morning, and I said, Buti, I need a favor urgently, we need a venue. And he said, my sister, I'll see what to do, and by the end of the day, we had a venue. So I really appreciate that. And he said, we will take care of everything. I then realized that, here we are. In fact, one of the criticisms has been, you guys are talking about the township, but you're having it in Sandton. And I explained that, we had to use the resources that we had at the time, but we absolutely want to make sure that the next time and next week we have this session in Soweto. And in another town, we actually want to also to go to other provinces, because this is a very important conversation, and we want to make sure that it is a South Africa-wide conversation. So Ndate Mavuso, to the extent that Data has got services in other provinces, continue to expect calls from me. And then I do want to also thank on Wednesday, when we realized that, that a lot of the people that we want to actually be part of this conversation, which is not necessarily ABSIP members, but people in the township, will struggle to have enough data to dial in for 4 to 5 hours. So financially, it will be difficult. And we reached out to Telkom. We reached out to a few other guys, and Telkom was very kind enough to find a solution for us very quickly, and that's how why we were able to live stream from the website, the ABSIP website, and we're very thankful for that. With the next ones, the other MNOs are looking to see how they partner with us as well, so we'll mention them by name once they have come on board as partners. And I would like to thank our panelists. I remember that MCB, I sent him a WhatsApp, and I said to MCB, can I talk to you quickly? And he said, yeah. And then he called, he called me back, and I said, I need you to speak. And it's like, okay, I'll do it. I didn't even have to spend an hour convincing him. And that was the same case, Butsandile. I phoned him and I said, this is an important conversation. He says, Sisi, whatever you want to use me for, I'll be there. And that has been the response from all our panelists. Right from the first panel, everybody that we called, they said we will make ourselves available. So I must thank all of them, because without the quality of panels that we had today, or panelists rather, I don't think this would have been a successful event. And I must give a special thanks to the ABSIP NEC team. literally, we decided on Monday to do this thing, and people have not slept this week because we had to come up with a new web page, and none of us are technology people. We're just a bunch of accountants who know how to do debit and credit, and we're trying to figure out how to quickly build a web page so that we can, facilitate certain conversations which took place today. And they managed, and we're very proud of them. I know the support team in the office, Tapiwa and Tule, have not been sleeping. Again, managing an event, creating, trying to make sure that we build the necessary digital collateral to send out, on time and all of that. So I must thank all of you guys for really working very hard and making us look very good and organized as an organization. I want to thank some of our sister organizations. The minute we went to market and said, we're doing this, SAFCA said, whatever help you need, Pulu, we are here, and they've been playing in the background doing our polls. And also helping with a few other things. So we're really very thankful to SAFCA. I also reached out to ABSA, which is another sister company, part of the BBC. And I spoke to President Ashley, and he said, my sister, if you want us to go into townships and support entrepreneurs in terms of debit and credit and doing the governance and things like that, our membership base will make themselves available. So I would like to thank all those people who have come forward to say we are here to help, and I expect that going forward there will be more hands that are put up for where people volunteer to assist in one form or the other. And I think most importantly, we want to thank the people in the communities who have been tweeting. I mean, the messages were so many that I actually ended up not even being able to share any of them with you. The intention was for me to read out some of the comments, but we got so many messages that it was impossible to keep track of all of them. But we have captured them, and this will be part of the report that we will be doing from this. I must just conclude by saying that as ABSIP, we are very intentional and we are very outcomes driven. So we are not having this conversation just so that we are having a conversation. We are having this conversation with a very clear intent in mind. There's the township bill that has come out that Ndate Masha spoke about right at the beginning. We will be giving input into that, and I think the conversation of today is going to give us really critical insights into what exactly it is that we need to be putting in there. And what we love about it is that we will be giving feedback based on what the community has told us to do. So we're definitely going to be using it to influence policy. That's number one. Number two, we set up this website that I was saying that we were trying to figure out how to develop a web page because we have got partners. We have said that we will go out and find partners. We will identify what the issues are and find partners and match people to partners or match problems to potential solutions so that it's not just a workshop. And next week we will then be calling the powers that be, the holders of the purses, or purse strings rather, to then say to them, well, this is what the people are saying, how do you respond to them? If you're saying you're giving them money, they say they need this kind of money and that money should do X, Y, and Z, and we want them to tell us exactly how they are going to do it. So that's exactly how we're going to be running these Imbizos for the next. We expect to have a minimum of 3. We suspect we might have to have more than that. We don't know as yet. We are new at this, so we'll figure it out as we go along. And I think I do hope that I've covered everybody. If I have not, I'll do the political thing and say everybody else that played a role. Oh yes, and the AV team has been wonderful. We had a big glitch in the morning where the Zoom was refusing to accept people. I think we almost had a heart attack and figured it out. And there's a lady called Lerato who works here at Data. I don't know where she's disappeared to, who also, after I think Manalisa told her that, look, you have to help these guys out. She's really been wonderful. She's gone out of her way to make sure that this runs very, very smoothly. And the whole, and I've already thanked Data, of course, but I just wanted to mention Lerato in particular because she's also had to work days and nights to make this possible. So I thank you all, and I wish you the rest of a good Saturday, and I hope that you are able to keep yourselves warm because it's still a very cold day. Thank you. I forgot to even hit the